have some sound, please? Is it fine? Yes. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I think just a quick one before we start, to make an announcement that we are just going to start before we actually receive a number of stakeholders, just because we do have some people waiting on online, as we are also streaming live on other online platforms such as YouTube and social media platforms. So if you just allow me to open up the program officially, and then we can ensure that we commence with the program of the day. Are we ready online? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, once more, thank you so much for joining us at the MICTSETA 2023 Stakeholder Engagements. It's a pleasure to have you here, and we welcome you at today's event. And basically today, we're basically here to gather to discuss the critical role that technology and media are playing in the future of our societies and economies, as well as the importance of ensuring that we develop the necessary skills to thrive in this rapidly evolving landscape. As we look into the future as well, we are witnessing unprecedented changes in the way that we work, communicate, and basically consume information. The emergence of new technologies such as artificial intelligence, virtual reality, and the Internet of Things is transforming the way in which we live our lives, and therefore it's quite crucial that we equip our workforce with the skills and the knowledge that is necessary to succeed in this digital era. So basically today's engagement will be an opportunity for us all to basically come together, exchange ideas, and basically share the best practices and as well as learn from one another. We obviously in this room do have a diverse group of participants from different industries within the media and the ICT sector. Who will obviously share insights as well as receiving the information from the presentations that will be shared today. We will be discussing a range of topics from the SSP, LPD, 4IR, as well as the E2QA divisions. And we will also allow for engagement after all presentations have taken place, such that you can provide comment, ask questions, and basically engage further on any issues that you would like to raise. So I would also just lastly like to express our gratitude on behalf of the MICTSETA for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come and join us for today. I'm not alone. We are joined by our head office executives. I will introduce them. I will start off with our Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Madume Madibana. Please can you give him a round of applause? Followed by the Acting Manager of Sector Skills Planning, Mr. Thabang Motswaneng. And to his right is Mr. Ernest Nemukabini, who is the Senior Manager for our learning programs. Seated at our audience is the Senior Manager for 4IR, Ms. Gugu Sema. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also in the City of Roses. We do have presence here in the Bloemfontein region, headed up by Mr. Brown, who is our regional manager, and his broader team is also here joining us for these 2023 stakeholder engagements. Thank you to him, and I'm sure you obviously know him by liaising with a number of programs and projects from a Bloemfontein and a Free State at abroad. So we'd also just like to show our appreciation and thank him and his team for being here and steering the ship in the region. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to go through the program as well in terms of how the day's proceedings are going to be. If I could just request the presentation to be flighted. All right. Whilst we get our tech ready, we will receive a keynote address from our Chief Executive Officer, who will just give us an overview, followed by a presentation by the Sector Skills Planning Division, as well as a presentation from the learning programs. And to end off the first session, we will then receive a presentation from our 4IR division, Ms. Gugusema. As mentioned, we will then have an engagement session after all presentations have been completed. We will then break for tea. After tea, we will have a presentation by the QCTO, as well as a presentation from our Senior Manager, Education, Training and Quality Assurance, Ms. Natalie Nelson, who's also here joined us sitting in the audience. I'll introduce her formally in the second session when we commence the proceedings. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you. I'm going to invite the CEO to come up and provide us with a keynote address.
The height difference. Thanks very much, Ms. Machikiza. And a beautiful morning in the beautiful city of roses. The sky is blue out there. Let me take this opportunity to just render my warm welcome to all our esteemed guests, our beloved stakeholders of MICTSETA, those who are present in this hall, and those who connected to the session virtually. It's nice to be in the city of roses. Mr. Matech. Mr. Matech is from Limpopo, my home province. You're welcome. Thanks very much. Let me just acknowledge, in the interest of observing protocol, our Honorable Minister, Dr. Bladen Zimande, the man driving skills development agenda of South Africa, the entire post-school system in its entirety, and the accounting authority of MICTSETA, which is the driving force behind all of us having to come as far as the Free State, and we will be traveling to other provinces because we believe no South African should be left behind when it comes to digital inclusivity. So I'm with my lieutenants, all of them as introduced by Ms. Machikiza. They are experts in their own right and will be taking you through a whole range of presentations so that there's better understanding of what we are trying to put through as a skills development machinery of government. Ladies and gentlemen, one must upfront indicate that our fight as MICTSETA is against triple challenges of poverty, unemployment, and inequality through facilitation of an enabling environment for provision of cutting-edge future skills. All efforts and interventions through various learning programs, researched through our internal sector skills planning, headed by Ms. Bontle Mokwena, collaboratively with broader stakeholder and industry partners, is to ensure that our offerings are properly guided for responsiveness to both digital economy and the future of work. So we remain focused towards addressing the challenge that I earlier on alluded to, those triple challenges that continue to face the young people of South Africa, including those who might have been displaced out of their jobs during the tough times of COVID-19. So the challenge of digital skills gaps with strategic alliance partners across all sectors, despite limited financial resources before us, it's what we are trying to address, whilst bringing closer more partners with additional resources for better leveraging in the interest of our young people. At the center, ladies and gentlemen, of why this capacity building and engagement session is the need to ensure that all our stakeholders have the appropriate capacity to respond to our needs and expectations, such that delivery of our set targets on an annual basis is not compromised and the quality element is what it is supposed to be. There are other regulatory bodies, ladies and gentlemen, just to share, such as Auditor General of South Africa, who annually audit how funds allocated to us as an entity of government or an organ of state are spent, both in terms of financial accountability and performance reporting. So when documents submitted are not up to the required standard, it doesn't only compromise the annual targets on overall performance of the SETA, but also compromises aspects of good corporate governance and compliance and our learners directly. We must never forget that what is bringing us together at the center of our relationship is those poor learners who come to us desperate for knowledge, desperate for skills. So whatever we do in our relationship management must safeguard and preserve the interests of these learners, because they are the ones who have brought and are bringing us together. So whatever we do must at all material times ensure that we protect and defend them. So we are deliberate, ladies and gentlemen, in ensuring that all our stakeholders, irrespective of their geographical location, have the appropriate understanding of what is expected in order to be evaluated for growth opportunities in the system, in the SETA. We are one SETA that strongly believes and has strong conviction in the growth of SMMEs, and we will continue to do our part in supporting SMMEs because of the impact that we players. Hence, we are in your warm company with a team of experts across various core departments of the SETA, who are going to take you through a whole range of presentations, like I alluded to earlier on, necessary for enhancement of your capacity as we move forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will from time to time engage so that there's improved understanding of our processes for greater shared value and stakeholder legitimacy. I agree we can't always be coming to you to tell you how things should be done. At times, as we come, we want to understand as to what on the ground is happening, what kind of challenges are you experiencing, so that internally we can improve our business processes to better respond to how you would want to continue to add value in the skills development agenda of this country. So we are here not only to present, but also listen to your views as our critical stakeholders who are there to enable us to drive this vision before us of cutting-edge future skills. And we wanted first-hand experience. That's why we wanted to sit right in front of you and not even do it in a manner that is responding to the digital era, but face-to-face, hear it direct from the horse's mouth as to where do you think we need to improve as an entity so that we serve you better. Most of you know very well that we experienced challenges over time with regards to our learner management system, and fundamentally one must indicate that at this point in time we have managed to make great progress with regards to development of key components of the system, so much that full-scale rollout will be happening very soon. And one must indicate that this is after a successful collaborative partnership from the context and basis of the triple helix model that MICTSETA adopted on the one side, and the white paper on post-school education and training, which culminated not only to the integrated digital skills strategy, but the broader rural development strategy that we need to leverage on strategic collaborations in order to accelerate and ensure that we massify digital skills. The mandate from the highest office that we report to, which is that of the minister, it's a very clear one. That is ensuring that we massify digital skills, we ensure digital inclusivity, we leave no one behind when it comes to that particular reality. The reality of our country is that we still have huge digital divide, and the responsibility and obligation between us as MICTSETA on the one hand and you as stakeholders on the other hand is to ensure that we work hand in hand in bridging this digital divide. So from these two strategies that I alluded to, the emphasis is ensuring that we continue to forge what I call mutually beneficial strategic alliances or collaborations with partners such that we continue to implant as many digital skills centers as possible across all regions of our country. Even the most rural of provinces of our country should one way or the other be supported, not only in terms of digital skills, a reason why we have even strategic partners in terms of large and medium companies, so that they also contribute in putting up or setting up some of these digital skills centers in the interest of empowering or building the capacity of our young people. So from the triple helix model, we forge partnerships with not only the academia, but also the industry, so that they give host employing to our young people to ensure that in implementing the National Skills Development Plan, but by ensuring that there's exposure to workplace, employers can easily come on board to provide that learning experience, because to most SMMEs, it's one of the biggest challenges to find host employers. So part of why we adopted the triple helix model and ensure that it culminates to an integrated digital strategy digital skills strategy to ensure that we bring all potential employers, prospective employers on board to give our young people that flair and touch of experience, so that we make it easy for them to transition not only into gainful employment, but also into entrepreneurial opportunities. So we have all those parties in our hands. We were recently, I think about a week ago on Friday, we had TUT, which is currently rolling out our learner management system. Deliberately, the board resolved that We cannot outsource it. We have thought leaders within our academic institution. We've got to move towards a point where we develop these solutions. These solutions, smart solutions, must be developed locally. As we preach research and innovation, we need to work towards ensuring that we practice what we preach by empowering local young people and ensuring that they participate in the whole value chain of developing these solutions. If it means at some point they've got to be prototyped and be commercialized, that's what we want. That's what will take us to the next level. It can be that even in this year and age, South Africa cannot produce or manufacture small, smart solutions. We've got to start small and start somewhere, and the academic space is the most appropriate space where, in collaboration with the industry, we must work towards developing as many solutions as possible. We are fascinated as MICTSETA that with the little funds that we provided and supported TUT, we have seen the results, amazing results of the kind of solutions under the stewardship of Prof. Pius, who is our 4IR research chair. They've developed quite amazing solutions for young people that are aligned to 4IR. So, ladies and gentlemen, as I move further, I'll have to indicate that we will, under the circumstances we're finding ourselves in as an emerging economy, under reconstruction, where resources keep shrinking, have to share the little or limited resources that are there and religiously adopt that spirit of sharing. One thing that we stand for as MICTSETA that makes us unique, it's ensuring that we cover as many people as possible, because we believe, we have strong conviction that if we don't share the limited resources that are before us, it works against us and it works against many communities. So don't be surprised when we give you numbers that seem to be small. We give you numbers that seem to be small because we have strong conviction that we have to share the cake. That era where one stakeholder will get 900 learners, it's unfortunately gone, because we believe that as a people, we shall share, in line with the Freedom Charter, the wealth of our country. Bit by bit, ensure that as many communities as possible, as many regions as possible, as many young people in this country as possible, irrespective of their geographical location, are covered in our agenda to address digital skills. So we'll ensure that we leave no one behind by virtue of their geographical isolation or location. So our reality remains to say that all our people deserve better. There remains no better return on investment to MICTSETA collective than our people, young and old, securing sustainable jobs, contributing into the mainstream and their local economies, and becoming critical thinkers, bringing into our space smart solutions that end up into the market. That is what makes us proud as a skills development machinery of government. Eventually export those solutions that have been made locally and create even bigger opportunities. So I believe, ladies and gentlemen, with great conviction that our youth are capable of building these groundbreaking innovations if we continuously invest in research, in engaging them such that they engage in critical thinking, in problem solving, and it is in your hands. As we fund, ensure we do the necessary quality assurance, it is in your hands to ensure that you give them the totality of what is appropriate just beyond basic skills. Ensure that you also build their capacity in terms of problem solving and critical thinking such that they develop the necessary solutions that will take us to the next level. And that way, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in the right direction in terms of bridging the digital divide, but also ensuring that digital inclusivity that I referred to, so that we defeat the scourge of this abject poverty our masses are experiencing. We need and plead with companies to take up, absorb, and ensure that they take up our graduates. But on the other hand, our stakeholders responsible for facilitating learning to ensure quality learning. Quality learning is that which you'll be proud of by getting into the learner's shoe to say, if I was this learner, would I be happy with the kind of learning that I'm facilitating? If you are not happy about what you are providing to or facilitating to them, you need to ask yourself a lot of questions. It means it's not fit for purpose. It's not quality enough to make them competitive in the world of work or the entrepreneurial space. So we always need to try and get into their shoes to say, is this enough? Is this relevant? Is this appropriate to the new era, the future of work that we are making reference to? So, ladies and gentlemen, I would have failed in my duty if I don't make mention of our reality, that there are stakeholders who continue to let us down, and unfortunately, under such circumstances of non-performance, as per the contract terms and conditions, we will have no option but to terminate such contracts. The reality of termination is one. When you don't deliver as per the contract terms and conditions, there's what we call internal audit. Beyond internal audit, there are committees of the board. We call them governance structures of the entity. They hold us all accountable for each and every little cent that we spend in the interest of that learner. But when we get to a point where we remind you to ensure that if we paid you your stipend, please ensure that you pay learners what is due to them. And you fail to do that basic or honor that basic obligation, you are leaving us with no option but to terminate the contract. And once we terminate the contract, the disadvantage with terminating the contract is the effort, the time, and the money that we are going to spend, even on lawyers, because we've got to try and ensure that we recover the money that would have been extended to you, but you fail to extend it to where it's supposed to be. So that's the challenge that we face, and we urge all our stakeholders to ensure that they do us good as we try and build the skills development machinery of government as a collective, jointly with you on the other side. Let's do it without compromising each other, because the money that should be channeled to one of the stakeholders to ensure that they deliver on our learning programs that are FOIR aligned, it ends up in the hands of lawyers having to fight to recover the money, which is wasteful. We don't want that. We want each party to take their obligations serious and ensure that they deliver on their obligations. So any termination that we engage in has got ripple effect on poor learners, just beyond financial implications on scarce financial resources we should be using for what is worth it. So please, when we fund your application to deliver, don't fail us and our learners, because they come there desperate, having keen interest to improve the living conditions, not only of their families, but their own living conditions. Let's ensure that we do our part in delivering as optimally as possible. That way, we'll be building a better South Africa for the future. So let's implement religiously, ladies and gentlemen, per the terms, and if funds allow, we will continue. I must acknowledge funds are always limited, very much limited. We get plus minus 2,500 applications per single DG window, and 2,500 applications per single DG window means that even if you are to allocate 2020, you'll allocate less than 500 stakeholders. And I'm sure one of my colleagues is going to demonstrate to you. You'll see the reality of the challenge that we are facing, of limited targets, limited financial resources. That's why we run even after other funding agencies of government, like your National Skills Fund, your Unemployment Insurance Fund, so that they can give us additional funds. And we, on the other hand, extend a hand to you so that you maximize and do more on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, like I alluded to earlier on, I've got a team of experts, from the research side. I think it's Mr. Thabang Motsene who is attached to sector skills planning, where everything starts in terms of getting to understand what the industry requires. And there's also LPD, Mr. Ernest Nemgabini, the senior manager responsible for learning programs, where we roll out all of these programs. And there's ETQA, where the quality assurance is ensured and qualifications get realigned. And in the process, there will be new qualifications that gets developed in line and in keeping with the spirit of what you as the industry requires, from top-level paying companies, your medium, all the way up to SMEs. Because to us, all stakeholders matter. So listening to your needs and expectations is always important for us. And we also have the 4IR senior manager, Ms. Gugusema, will take us through their own processes. And they've managed to develop a total of 39 qualifications in response to what you as the industry were expecting as responsive to the future of work, from your Internet of Things, your artificial intelligence, your 3D printing, all of those qualifications that you can think of, your cyber security, your data science, etc., etc. We've developed those qualifications collaboratively with the Quality Council so that we give you what is worth it. We give you that which is responsive in terms of curriculum, and that which will produce future-ready graduates, and those kind of graduates who will become entrepreneurs in their own right. So colleagues will, per the time allocated, take you through various presentations for better understanding and effective and efficient program rollout and opening of more opportunities for you and obviously our graduates. Let me just pause there and allow the program to continue in terms of the presentations that would be definitely value-adding to all of you. Thanks very much. Over to you, class.
Thank you to Mr. Madibane, our Chief Executive Officer. Colleagues, I think one key takeout that I took from the CEO's overview is greater shared value and stakeholder legitimacy. This means obviously that it is everyone's responsibility to ensure that we have an integrated approach towards providing responsive skills development interventions within our regions as well as our country broadly. So in not too many words, I think the CEO was obviously holding us accountable such that we are able to take the baton forward and ensure that we deliver on skills development interventions that look at curbing our social, economic, as well as our environmental conditions. That then brings us through to our second presentation, or our first presentation rather, for the day. As the CEO has alluded to, we will be having a presentation from the Sector Skills Planning Division, who will just provide us an overview. They'll be covering the OFO codes for 2021. They'll also take us through the WSP as well as the annual training plan submissions, annual training reports rather submissions, as well as take us through a presentation on mandatory grants and some of the SSP findings. I will hand over then to Mr. Thabang Motsene to take us through this presentation. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Tabang Mutwening. I'm the acting manager SSP. I'm also the researcher for the SETA. And probably you're all wondering why they're starting with a young man like myself. This is mainly because what the CEO has already reflected in terms of the process of the SETA starting with the SSP. So who's the SSP, or what is the SSP? So the SSP, in many of the other 20 SETAs, they often refer it as the research unit. The research unit, which deals with the development of the sector skills planning and also the strategic plan. So we carry the same mandate as with the other SETAs, SSP or research units. As can be seen on my screen, I made just a brief summary in terms of what we do. Mainly our core mandate in terms of the Skills Development Act is to develop the sector skills plan. So this is the 65-page research document that we develop or update annually. I think it would be very ignorant of us as a SETA to just implement programs or priorities without understanding what's happening in our sector. Therefore, it's important that the process of the SETA starts with the environmental scanning, which is, of course, to develop the sector skills plan. So that's what I'll be in detail presenting today. Of course, as a unit, we're responsible for a number of things. One is to provide capacity building in terms of WSPs and ATR submissions, and also, of course, manage the workplace skills plans and ATR submissions. We might have interacted at some point, and yes, it's one of our core functions as a unit to be able to help you guys. And also, from our side, the WSPs are very crucial for us to providing the foundation to our research and for us to develop the research questions. But of course, I'll be getting to detail why you guys need to submit those WSPs and ETRs. And the mandatory grants process. So the way I've numbered, or I've pointed out each of the elements here, so that you understand that each process shouldn't be viewed as a separate process, but it feeds to the other, leading up to the development of the strategic plan. We also manage the mandatory grants, and of course, we are, as SETAs, coordinators of the OFO codes. I'll also explain what we mean by OFO codes. So OFO codes, of course, in full, it's the organizing framework for occupations, but I'll go into detail in terms of what that entails. And then, of course, I've already explained we conduct research. There are other ministry research reports that we draft, and also we engage with each and every one of you. Our research as a SETA needs to be evidence-informed so that we know what's really happening within the sector. And of course, the final stage is to develop the strategic plan. I did indicate that as a SETA, we are a reflective organization, and of course, for us to be better every year in our implementation, we need to have an SSP which speaks to what the industry needs. So in brief, as you can see, my presentation will be short, but I promise you nothing will be missed, and I guarantee that you'll be informed after this presentation. So it will cover the OFO codes, the WSP ATR submissions, mandatory grants, and the 2023-2024 SSP findings. These are the findings that we're going to be implementing in the next financial year. So I did indicate that the full concept OFO code, what does it mean? So what this means is that this is a framework between DHET and SETAs. We use it for reporting. So it's to promote consistency in reporting. Imagine if one organization has a cybersecurity specialist and the other organization has an information security specialist. From a face value, you might think that these are actually the same, whereas they are not the same. So what this framework helps us to do is that it provides a description on how each occupation and specialization differs from the other. Whereas an information security specialist will focus on more on internal things like you're protecting your data, your information or your data, and obviously providing access. Whereas your cybersecurity specialist will look at protecting the organization from external threats such as your hackers and so on. So why do we consider this as important, as an important framework? For us to be able to see where the gaps are in the industry, we need to understand, of course, there needs to be a system in place. So this helps us to track where those gaps are, and of course, is to promote consistency in reporting. And of course, this framework is updated every 2 years. Each SETA has a coordinator. In this case, it's myself, the researcher, and also the acting manager, SSP. For example, I'm sure you are wondering how is this updated and where do we get the information? So as a stakeholder of the MICTSETA, let's say you want to add an occupation that is not in the framework. You just need to submit there's a template that we usually share with our stakeholders. You just need to prove why we need to add that framework why we need to add the occupation in the framework. Then of course you need to prove through your research that you've consulted as widely as possible, so that when we motivate on your behalf to the Department of Higher Education, this framework, this occupation gets approved and is added into the actual framework. As I indicated, it's updated every 2 years. And also the OFO codes, when we're reporting for WSPs, you'll be using the OFO code framework, which is already integrated into the LMS, the Learner Management System. So the OFO code is one thing I forgot to mention. It's a 6-digit code framework where, if, for example, if you're reporting an occupation at a senior level or the executive level, it will start with a 6-digit code starting with a 1. And so on. But I'm sure some of you did attend the SDF capacity building workshops. So that those workshops cover in detail in terms of what the OFO code entails, in terms of the key concepts and the definitions. So the WSP submissions, I know the CEO touched on it a little, so I'm just going to expand on what has already been discussed or what has already been reflected. So this is not foreign to you guys, because this is where the process of the SETA, especially if an employer, this is where the process starts, because you need to register through the SARS registration process, and of course be linked to the SIC codes of the respective SETA based on whatever sector. But as I'm guessing, all of you here belong to the MICT space, meaning that you are registered within using the what you call the MICT SIC codes, which is all located in it's SETA number 12. Yes, it's SETA number 12. So the WSP process, of course, you need to submit your WSPs. Your WSPs, what are WSPs? So these are your organizational plans in terms of where where have you identified the gaps in terms of where do you need to implement your various skills development programs, such as your learnerships and so on. And of course, the ATR, if you're a first-time employer submitting your ATR, you're a first-time employer, you won't need to submit the ATR, because you wouldn't have delivered any training program in the past financial year. And of course, but if you have submitted before, this is a requirement. And even your pivotal plan, so this will cover your vocational technical programs, such as your learnership and internships. And also, in your submission, you also need to provide a pivotal training report, especially if you are an old employer registered within the SETA. The legislated date is the 30th of April. So it has always been a norm for the SETA to to open the system in December, but unfortunately, because we're busy testing the new system and ensuring that there's that improvement. I mean, it is no doubt that we are in an environment that is always changing, and therefore, as a SETA, we need to upgrade in terms of what is the technology is telling us in terms of the new requirements. So yes, we will be opening soon. There's no definite date, but there will be a formal communication in terms of us opening the new system. So what we have done as a SETA in terms of the WSP process, we've introduced a manual process where you can start the process of populating those bulk importers.
Recording stopped.
They're in a form of an Excel spreadsheet. In a form of Excel spreadsheet. So you just populate the normal information that you'll populate in the IMS. So once we go live,
Recording in progress.
It will be a matter of just uploading the information, and it's not that you'll be starting from scratch. It will just also populate. So the mandatory grants. So for you to, so what is a mandatory grants? So mandatory grants, remember I mentioned that employers, as an employer registering to be part of the MICTSETA or in other SETA, you need to register as a skills development levy employer. So if your annual payroll is 500,000 and more, meaning that you'll need to pay that skills development levy through SARS. And of course, it will be allocated to that specific SETA. So in this case, for you to claim back the 20% of your mandatory grants, there are specific requirements that you, of course, you need to meet. Of course, you need to be registered in terms of the Skills Development Levy Act, and you need to be up to date with your levy payments. All payments need to be up to date, as I already alluded, and also you need to have an SDF. An SDF this is a skills development facility. This is the middle person between the SETA and the employer. So if we as a SETA want to communicate something to to the CEO or your director, we have to go through you as an SDF. And also in terms of levy information, if you want to communicate any information relating to your submission, this is the person that will be communicating to as a SETA. And again, you must have implemented, if you're an old employer, you need to have implemented your planned training in the previous financial year. So these are the requirements for you to claim back that 20% mandatory grant. And of course, the benefits of submitting your WSP, other than claiming back your 20%, you'll be eligible to apply for discretionary grant. And I think this is the most important aspect of this presentation, because if you did not submit your WSP, NS will not think twice to approve you, because we remember, we as a SETA, we operate in a very legislated environment, and we are guided by certain legislations. So this is one of the key requirements. And of course, through your triple BE verification, there's a possibility that it will boost your triple BE score. And yeah, I think I've already covered in terms of the other benefits. I did mention that what is at the core is the research component. The research component, mainly in terms of the Skills Development Act, is for us as a SETA to develop the sector skills planning. So this is a 65-page research document. So without this document, the SETA wouldn't know which areas to prioritize in the next financial year. So as you can see, it's important that we get it right here. Otherwise, we'll be funding skills that are irrelevant. As a result, the skills development system will become irrelevant, and it will not work. So it's important that as a SETA, we play our part really well in terms of this process. So the sector skills planning document has about 6 chapters. It has about 6 chapters, but in this case, I will be covering only 4. Mainly because the partnerships chapter NSD will be covering in some instances. And also the monitoring and evaluation chapter is covered by the M&E. So this is more of internal reflection in terms of us conducting your trace or impact studies or your evaluation studies. But so now I'm going to be starting with chapter 1, followed by chapter 2, 3, and then chapter 6 in terms of what we plan to prioritize as a SETA in the next financial year. So starting with the approach to SSP update, it's important that there's that integration of research. I did mention that we also conduct those mini research studies, and of course we look at the current SSP, which is, for example, the previous financial year's SSP, so that we understand the gaps and so on based on the stakeholder feedback. And of course, there's that desktop research. We look at the literature, what the other studies are telling us, your World Bank, and so on. And then there's that data analysis. And then from there, there's that validation process in terms of us interviewing people, engaging with our stakeholders. So we consult as widely as possible so that it becomes an evidence-informed document. And then, of course, there are surveys, and at some point, I think we sent the surveys to all our stakeholders to complete in terms of the research. And there are focus groups to further validate the information, and we also engage our accounting authority. So the SSP needs to be submitted to the Department of Higher Education twice a year. The first draft is in June, the 15th of June, and the final draft is in the 1st of August. So, as you can see, I can't just wake up and just write that 65-page document without consulting each and every one of you. You guys remain a priority to the SETA, therefore your voice needs to be heard. And this is the one way that your voices can be heard in terms of what we as a SETA need to prioritize. Starting with chapter 1. So the current employer base, so this is through the SARS registration process. We now sitting at 32,985. So these are your small, medium, and large companies. This number has slightly declined, mainly because, we're still experiencing the ripple effect of COVID-19. Many of the companies, especially large companies, it's either they've merged with companies or they closed shop, especially international companies. I'm not going to mention any names, but I'm sure you're very much aware, you watch the news. So starting with the first chart in terms of the employers, living and non-living employers. So you can see that ICT industry, the ICT subsectors is pretty much dominating. Your information technology accounting 57%, followed by telecommunications and electronics. So you may ask yourself, and if when you look at the levy players, the picture is almost similar. You may ask yourself, why are these other subsectors contributing or accounting a low percentage? This is because film, electronic media, and advertising, they are characterized what we call the gig economy, freelancers. And hence, some don't even make it through the SARS registration process. So that's why we have that low representation there. And then in terms of employers by province, relevant in this case is Free State. Only 1%. Only 1% of employers, represented there. And then, of course, Gauteng, Western Cape, and KZN, and then all the other rural provinces counting a low percentage. So in terms of the labor market profile, I mentioned the ripple effect caused by COVID-19. So 2021, 2022, of course, that number was low in terms of employment, and most of the companies, maybe they were still restructuring, and some have closed shop, so that's why we're seeing that number. But in the current financial year, which is, we are implementing the 2023-2024, the 2022-2023 financial year. So we're implementing the strategic plan. So it was important for us to understand the employment status. in terms of the sector. So we are seeing an increase in terms of employment with the industry. The sector is slowly stabilizing. And then in terms of the distribution of employees per subsectors, I mentioned that the ICT industry continues to dominate, and I also mentioned that the representation of all those small subsectors is mainly because of what we call the gig economy, freelancers and so on. Hence, that small representation there. And then, of course, number one being in the IT, telecommunications, and then, of course, electronics. And then, of course, it was also important to look at that provincial distribution. Most of the people are in Gauteng, followed by the Western Cape, and then KZN. And this, I think, has been going on for a while, mainly because the opportunities that are there in those industrialized provinces, such as your Gauteng, Western Cape, and KZN. And hence, you see that picture. Gender distribution and race profiles. Starting with your the sectors, of course, the highest proportion of people employed in the sector are Africans, which of course account for 62%, followed by whites, which is 16%. You will see when I continue with the presentation in terms of how is the distribution fares in terms of occupational levels and also in terms of the OFO code, OFO codes major groups. And then, of course, the results have remained similar for the past 3 years in terms of the gender profiles. Males keep on dominating. This has been, the results haven't changed in the last 3 years. 58% males and then 42% females. And so such studies are also supported by the international labor organizations and also, and if you look at the business tech articles, this has continued to be the same. Even they also support the statement of this split. So the labor market in terms of OFO major group, as can be seen there, Africans make up the largest employee race as from the previous slide, but they relatively occupy very low positions as compared to the other races. At the managerial level, we see that whites keep on dominating at 24%, and this has been like this for the past 5 years. Professionals, technicians, and so on, and the other races continue to occupy relatively low positions. Yeah, it's a scary picture, né? Yeah. So for us to understand what is happening in the sector, we also need to understand what is driving change. So we call them the change drivers in the sector. So starting with number one, those that I've highlighted in red there, these are your top five. And if you download our SSP on our website, you'll see that there's a detailed analysis in terms of these change drivers. Artificial intelligence as being number one, cloud computing. And cloud computing, I think we've seen this in 2020 when most of us were working remotely. There was a need for people to save your data online, have your Zoom meetings and so on. And that is still a reality even for now, even though we are slowly moving back to reality in terms of us going back to the office. Big data, everything. This is the new oil. If a company properly manages the data and is able to interpret it, they are way ahead in terms of innovation and also reporting and understanding the trends. 5G, we all need fast internet. Right now, there's a live stream. Without that 5G, of course, the picture quality would be bad, and then even the transmission itself. Internet of Things, everything is connected. I always make an example of, for example, if a Klabiso was to search for clothes or maybe a shoe in one platform, or in her phone, when she goes to another platform, she'll be able to see adverts. I'm sure you've noticed that at some point. So that's the Internet of Things. Everything is connected. And then, of course, your cyber security, blockchain, virtual reality, drones. Drones are big in the film and electronic media. Some of the shots that were previously that seemed impossible to shoot. Now everything is possible. We are now discovering new places because of drones. Autonomous vehicles, 3D printing. This is now the new printing where they are now printing RTP houses using 3D printing. And augmented reality, we see what we call these things, the goggles, where you see like we are maybe flying somewhere, but we actually are in that same room. So that's what is driving change within the sector. And it's very much important as a SETA to understand that. In terms of skills issues, so this is the approach. Remember I mentioned that from a SETA perspective, your WSPs help us to sort of like lay foundation for us to identify which skills, scarce and critical skills have you identified within your respective organizations. So this forms basis in terms of what we need to ask the sector as a whole when we're conducting our empirical research. So the information from the WSP analysis is, of course, is validated against a number of. I've already mentioned it through the approach. So it's weighted against the number of how many number of times an occupation was identified as a scarce and critical, and also it's also important to understand the reason for scarcity. As it also helps us to understand where we need to strengthen our interventions as a SETA. And I did mention that validation process that takes place, so I'm not gonna go into details. So this is your top 10 scarce and critical skills list. I'm happy also to mention that this is a national list that is also published by the Department of Higher Education. So there are about 17 of our occupations there in that list. So if you want to apply for funding for the SETA, especially to what NS is going to implement, it's important to consider this list, because this is what 80% of our funding is based on. I mentioned the 6-digit code. So at the professional level, your software developer, your 6-digit code will start with a 2. So it's 251201. And an occupation is often in the OFO code framework is linked to the specialization. And of course, you in a computer network and systems engineer, there's also a specialization and so on. Management consultant. So this is very much important for every organization. I mentioned that every organization, the new oil within the ICT space, it's big data. So business analysts have become, if you check the internet, there is a high demand for business analysts. This is mainly because the organizations wants to ensure that there is efficiency. So this person needs to understand the knowledge from an ICT point of view, and also from a business function perspective. And also ICT security specialists. I did mention that, of course, with everything that we are doing online, we need to understand that we need to protect our data from external people and so on. So ICT security specialists is very much an important occupation. Multimedia specialists, and I think we don't really market enough this specific occupation, and mainly because here in South Africa, I think it's the University of the Witwatersrand currently that is offering game design. I might be wrong, I stand to be corrected, but game design, it's one of the booming and it's the most paying career currently. And in South Africa, there is a lack of game designers and animation programmers. ICT sales representatives, so especially if you're looking for from an electronics subsector or perspective, ICT sales representatives remain important. Programmer analysts, developer programmers, and ICT project managers. So I did mention that the whole process fits to the development of the strategic plan. So for us to develop the strategic plan, we need to go through all that process from the WSP process leading up to the development of the strategic plan. And as I mentioned also that we as SETAs operate in a very legislated environment. We need to consider national plans or national legislations. One in particular, remember we used to implement our programs through, it was the NSDS 3, now we have since transitioned to NSDP outcomes. And as a SETA, we need to align ourselves in terms of those plans, and as you can be seen on the screen, our outcomes are pretty much linked to almost all the NSDP, the national plans. Starting from your left, your NSDP outcomes, followed by ERRP, the Economic Reconstruction Recovery Plan, ERRP skills strategy interventions, and then of course on your far right, that's where you'll see that our strategic plan outcomes are really aligning across through those interventions. This is NEST in terms of increasing access to occupationally directed programs, supporting the growth of the public college system. So let me go back, let me show. So if you look at outcome number one is the process that I was telling you about. This, the development of the SSP, and also from the identification of occupations in high demand. And of course, support the career development services through our marketing and communications department. And then from there, it's NEST implementation through the learning programs interventions. And again, did I go back? Oh, yes. So, yes, it's NEST all the way. And of course, I think the SMM is being the vehicle for IR. It's important that we also prioritize entrepreneurship in our learning programs. Hence, you see that as a SETA, we are also recognizing that important priority as per those three interventions, national interventions or national plans. So that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much to Thabang. We're running just a little bit behind schedule, about 10 to 15 minutes. So I'm just going to try and rush through such that I do give my colleagues to present amply what it is that they need to provide an overview. But I think, colleagues, it's important to note that from Thabang's presentation, we can't really, without rather a credible sector skills plan, we can't outline the skills demanded and the supply resulting in the skills gaps that exist, obviously, in our sector. That would obviously then help us to identify the critical scarce skills. And within his presentation, Thabang also highlighted these change drivers and mentioned the top 5 being AI, being cloud computing, big data, 5G, internet of things. And I think it's quite very hard to ignore this paradigm shift that's taking place at a very rapid rate. And obviously the disruptions that are taking place in almost every sector and I think as a transversal SETA rather, the MICT SETA sits in an advantageous position in that we cut across many various sectors, making us quite relevant. And you'll see that the headway that we are making as a SETA with the 4IR qualifications that are responsive to these change drivers that Tabang has made mention will be covered in Ms. Gugusema's presentation when she takes us through 4IR and some of the developments. But before that, I'm just going to call upon Mr. Ernest Nemugavini, who is the Senior Manager for our Learning Programs Division. He'll obviously just take us through some of the key aspects pertaining to the learning programs. What we will do is we will give a bit of a 15-minute engagement session, obviously if you will allow, prior to us moving to our second session. We'll then break for tea, and then after that we will have a presentation by the QCTO and a presentation by the ETQA division. Thank you, Ernest. The floor is yours.
Good morning. Are you well? Okay. Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm going to take you through the presentation that's going to cover what we do as learning programs in collaborations with you as stakeholders. One of the things that we do as a department in response to what Tabang have already alluded with regards to what are the critical and key skills that need to be implemented, we spend 80% of the budget in funding pivotal programs. Pivotal programs are programs that focus on the development of skills in line with the qualifications. You will have your professionals, you will have a vocational technical program, you also have an academic program as well, which means we're talking about your university placement programs, your TVET placement programs, bursaries, learnerships and skills programs. They fall under pivotal programs. Then we are also required to spend 20% of our budget in fundings. Your non-pivotal program in the main is graduate internship programs. Then we also focus in terms of high-level skills as well as intermediate skills as well as elementary skills. Then you can see the percentage of the budget that is being allocated to respond to those skills. But the key mandate is to implement the sector skills plan by allocating a discretionary grant to qualifying stakeholders, and also we monitor those programs that are being implemented by stakeholders to ensure value for money out of those projects. I think I've already covered this one. Then I'm just going to reflect on the high level in terms of SWOT analysis. As we implement these programs, what are the key challenges that we experience? You are aware that most of the things in terms of administration were still manual. We still require you to submit most of the document manually. It's one of the key challenges, but we are moving towards automations. I hope in the new financial year, starting from April, we'll be using the systems in terms of administration of learner data and the document as well. Then the other challenge that we also experience when stakeholders implement the programs is that normally our programs run for 12 months, but we find that stakeholders fail to implement those programs within the turnaround time. The overlaps, you end up finding learnership being implemented for 14 months, 16 months. Then it is a challenge, colleagues, because it does have an impact on our reporting as well in terms of completing those learners when they exit the program. Then one of the key things that's also a challenge is around underreporting. We are required to report all the learners that we are funding, both entered and completions. Then if you don't submit all the information that need to be submitted, it does compromise us as an organization in terms of reporting, and we'll end up not reporting all the learners that need to be reported within that specific period. Then the other key things with regards to DG, our window is always oversubscribed every year. I will reflect on the stats on the next slides. But those are the things that we also experience as a department, that each and every year as we open the window, we find that most of the stakeholders do respond to our indicators, and which is a good thing. But the challenge is that we've got a limited resources to respond to each and every applicant. I'm just reflecting the opportunities. There is a growing interest in terms of fire art programs due to the demand of future skills. And the other thing which is very key, we've got high appetite by the industry to respond to skill development. But one of the things that we can also cautious our stakeholders in terms of this appetite, as you implement this program, you need to scan your environment and look at the programs that's going to respond to the key economic activities of your area. You need to look, let's say Free State as an example. What are the key economic activities within Free State? Which program can you respond to in terms of skills development that can really create employment or train learners to start their own enterprise? That's the key thing that you need to do before you start putting your applications. Why do you want to train? Do you want to train because you want to receive grant or just to get a DG? Or you want to create the life of those young people? Those are the things that you need to ask yourself before you complete that applications. Why are you doing that? Do you want to change the life of young people in Free State? Or you just want to train the learners, then you get a grant, then you recycle the same learners every year? I think we need to look at that before we put together our proposal. Then moving to the next slides, I'm just going to reflect the key programs that we implement. The first programs is learnerships and skills programs. Both those interventions are pivotal programs, and they lead to qualifications. One of the things that we have noted every year is that there is a higher demand in terms of technical support and system support. Most of the training providers respond only to those interventions. And I'm worried if this country only needs system support and technical support graduates. If you check the slide that Thabang have presented, it did reflect on the key and top priority skills that we need to respond to. It's very key for you as a stakeholders to read the sector skills plan document so that you can understand what are the key and critical skills that we need as a sector. Not just technical support, not just system support. Imagine if the whole, we're just developing system support and technical support every year, which means we're going to produce learners that are not going to participate in the economy. Those are the things that you must also look at that as you respond to our DG. The next program is graduate internship programs. You know that in our country, every year, all these universities, they're producing graduates. And not all graduates get employment after they've completed their degrees or diplomas. Hence, we've got that intervention to assist these graduates with workplace experience so that they can gain experience for a year so that they can be employable. And one of the key things, if you're going to implement this program, you need to have capacity to host learners in terms of workplace experience. Because these learners, they do have qualification, they just need workplace experience. Not to make copies, not to make coffee. Real workplace experience in line with their qualification. Then the other intervention that we implement is to capacitate SME. We also have programs that focus on entrepreneurship development. We also have programs that respond to cooperatives, and we also support community-based organizations as well. We also support federations and also support union members with skills development as well. Then, but this indicator is mainly for the union, because you find that you are an SME and you are only 3 of you. How are you going to develop unions? Because you only have three officials. You need to look at that before you respond to this program. Then I'm going to reflect the APP target. Last year, September, the SETA have opened the window to invite stakeholders to respond to that call. And I'm just going to reflect those numbers in terms of the target. And this target, colleagues, are national. I know that when you apply for 1,600 learners as an entity. But that target is a national target that need to be implemented nationally. It's very difficult for us to allocate 1.6 to one entity. Then in terms of budget, TVET placement, we fund it up to 70,000, which include allowance a month, which is 3.8, that need to be paid to the learner every month for a period of 12 months. And these programs are very key because most of the TVET programs, for you to be able to obtain your qualification, you need to do in-service training for 12 months up to 18 months. Then without that component of training, you are unable to get a qualification as a learner. And these programs are very key. We encourage TVET colleges to respond to this intervention as well. We also report completion. It's very key as we implement this program, ensure that the learners that are enrolled in the program also complete the program so that we can get the value for money out of the intervention that we are implementing. Then the other programs that we also implement is where we assist students that are coming from University of Technology. In the main, they do require workplace exposure before they can get their degree or diplomas. And they have to be in a workplace, I mean real workplace, for a period of 12 months so that they can obtain their qualification. We also report on completion. I'm not going to go through the numbers. I'll move to the graduate internship programs. This program is where you got graduates that have completed their degree, diplomas within our subsectors who need workplace experience for a period of a year. Then the annual target is 1,200, and this target is a national target and it has to be implemented nationally. Then I've also reflected the projected budget as well. In terms of completion, we expect all those learners to complete those programs, but our target is 600. Then moving to the learnerships, we've got an annual target of 3,250. It's a national target. It has to be implemented nationally at the cost of 56,600 per learner, and the total cost in terms of breakdown is 35,000, which is mainly for training, and you also have 1,800 allowance multiplied by 12 for a period of a year. And we encourage stakeholders, as they implement this program, you need to look at the key economic activities of the area where you are implementing the program, so that when these learners complete the program, they're able to be absorbed and participate in the economy. Because we're not just training for the sake of training. We want to change the life of young people so that they can participate in the economy. Moving to the candidacy programs, this is the program where those learners who have graduated, they can be certified as professional within that qualifications. Then we got an annual target of 85, so that these learners can be exposed in a program to qualify them to be professionals, so that they can be more employable in the sector. Skills program is one of the key programs that we also implement. It's within the qualification. You need to identify unit standards that you can implement for a period of 3 months. And when learners complete the program, they need to receive statement of result. And we also want to encourage stakeholders, as you implement this program, try to identify those unit standards that can really make the learners to be employable, so that when they complete this skills program, they either progress or they can also be employed based on the skills program that they've acquired. Then we're also having a target for short programs. These are in the main industry-based programs. You have vendor programs that are very, very key in the sector. And most of the learners, when they finish these programs, they are more employable. In the past 2 years, we're having challenge with regards to this target in terms of completion, where we find that most of our learners, when they are being exposed to these exams, they were failing this exam. And we have to change the entry requirement that as you implement this program, you need to enroll graduates, not learners with metric qualification, because most of them, they battle with these exams, and it does have an impact on the pass rate. And since we have introduced those entry requirements, we have seen that the pass rate have increased, and we are happy to report that we are having a lot of success stories around this program. But it's very key to look at the programs that can really assist learners to be employable when they complete the program. One of the key things that we also do is to encourage stakeholders to reach those rural areas, like your townships, rural communities, to implement those programs. We don't want programs to be concentrated in urban areas. We must also have programs in those rural communities, so that the learners can be exposed to digital skills. Our annual target is 50. We also assist workers with bursaries, workers that are doing programs within our sector. You as an entity, you can apply on their behalf. Then we fund bursary program at a cost of 90,000 per student. But it depends on the fee statement and the cost of the program. If the cost of the program is 20,000, we're going to pay 20,000. If the cost of the program is 50,000, we're going to pay 50,000. 90,000 is just a ceiling amount. We can fund up to 90,000. Same with unemployed learners. We do assist learners that are studying our programs or degrees within our subsectors, registered with universities and colleges. You as an entity, you can apply for those interventions. But unfortunately, we only pay for the fees. There's no project management fee. If you're applying for that interventions, whatever that we pay, you need to pay directly to the institutions as well. We also have a partnerships indicator where we collaborate with TVET colleges in terms of intervention that we can implement together, whether funding or non-funded, but these kind of partnerships, they are very key for us to develop the skills within our sector. We also have partnership with institution of higher learning, like your universities and your colleges. We do forge partnerships in response to skills development. Then partnership for office establishment. One of the key things that we also do is to engage with TVET colleges to offer us an office so that we can deploy our advisors to assist those colleges, lecturers, even their staff and the learners in terms of capacity development. One of the good things that we have achieved through this TVET office establishment, some of the colleges were not accredited with our programs, and our advisors have managed to take them through the process of accreditation so that they can have programs that respond to the digital economy as well as future skills. Because it's very unfortunate to have a TVET colleges next to the industrial, like IT companies, but that TVET college is doing hospitality programs, which means that TVET is not responding to the key economic activities of that area. Hence, we forge to have those partnerships so that we can build capacity to those colleges. We also fund bursaries for lecturers. We also run programs to assist lecturers in terms of skills development, and also AET programs for the workers as well. On those interventions, I will encourage the TVETs and the CET College to come on board and implement this program in partnership with us. The other intervention which is very key is to build capacities around corporate development. We normally encourage our learners that they must not rely on employment only. They must also explore this opportunity to form cooperatives and identify key things that they can do to their community so that they can participate in the economy. Small business support is very key. We also support SME. We spend most of our budget in supporting SME. Then the other key programs that we also do is to encourage our learners to do enterprise development. There's programs that we normally implement every year where learners are exposed to new venture programs so that they can respond to the economy as well. We support your NGOs, your NPOs, and your CBO in terms of skills development as well. Those are the annual targets, and these targets are national. The RPL programs is one of the key programs that we also implement in partnership with our stakeholders, and this program is mainly for the workers. Normally you have a worker who have been working for a company for so many years. I'll give you a practical example. Let's say it's a cameraman working for SABC, and this old man have been with SABC for more than 10 years. He knows how to use the camera, he's good, but he doesn't have a formal qualification. That worker can be exposed to RPL programs where he can be assessed and deemed competent and have a qualification. We also have a partnership programs with CET where we encourage our CET to come on board so that we can identify programs that we can collaborate and implement in response to skills development. Then I'm just going to take you through the process with regards to DG grants. Every year as an entity we open a window. The last window that we opened it was last year, and it has closed 30 September last year. Then we invite stakeholders to respond to all those targets that I have reflected in terms of implementations. The first step is for you to submit the letter of intent. It's an application or attach your proposal. And one of the challenges that we've experienced, especially with this process, is find that most of the stakeholders, they don't read the advert. If you remember, the advert was having 2 email addresses. And it was very clear that if you are applying, submit your application to loi@mict.org.za. But if you are having a query of your applications, send your query to dgqueries@mict.org.za. And we find that some of the stakeholders send the application to dgquery instead to LOI email. I want to encourage you that when we publish our advert, please take time to read the advert before you put your application. And it was very clear that there is a template that has been attached. Complete that template as well. Some of you develop your own template and you attach something that is not in line with the advert. Then I want to encourage you that in future, please make sure that you read the advert and comply with the requirement. And there were a list of compliance documents that were articulated on the advert, that when you submit, you make sure that you attach all the required documents. It's very key so that your application can be evaluated and get a feedback. The first step is for the SETA to verify if you have submitted all your compliance documents. Then if you pass that stage, then you are let your application get evaluated by the committee. As an organization, we do have a committee that is responsible for the evaluation of all the applications. Then, if your application passed that stage, the next stage is for vetting, where we deploy our advisors to come and visit you and check if you have a capacity to implement the program. If, let's say, on your application, you have indicated that you want to implement a program for technical support for 20 learners, they are going to check if you got equipment, tool of trade for 20 learners. I know some of you are very clever. You go and hire laptop for that day, so that when the advisor is vetting you, you got all your laptops, everything look good, you know. But when you have to implement your report saying that you got 10 laptops, but on your vetting, you say you got 20 laptops. We just want to warn you, colleagues, we're going to add more resources to ensure that you comply with the terms and conditions of the SLA. Sometimes the advisor will come and do the vetting today, and tomorrow he might come to do a follow-up site vetting. Then if you have acted very well and stayed your resources, you're going to be in trouble. Then from there will be a vetting outcome through an email, either to say you have been approved or not approved. I just want to emphasize this, DG is at the discretion of the SETA. No entity is entitled for this discretional grant. It's at the discretion of the organization based on the annual targets and the budget that is available for the particular year. Then if you have met all the requirements, then we issue a service level agreement that gets signed by both parties. Then from there you can start implementing the program. You have to recruit the learners that are meeting the requirement, make sure that the learners sign the employment contract. Then from there you can submit your first 15% in line with the documentations. It's very key to, as you do your recruitment, make sure that the learners that you have recruited, they are not there for allowance. They want to achieve the programs in terms of qualifications. And also try to establish if these learners are not participating on the other program. Because we got also clever learners who register with FACET, register with PSET, Public SETA, they register with Energy SETA, and they also do your program as well. Make sure that as you do your recruitment, make sure that you vet them so that we don't have learners that are really participating in all the programs. And you monitor your project as well. Then in 2023-2024, the DG that we've opened last year, September, we received total number of 2,047 applications through email. And before 2023, we also issue a call, then we received 2,057 applications. You can see that every year when we open the DG window, we receive high number of applications. And one of the challenges, these just emails that we have received. This is just a total number of emails. When you open the application, you find that the stakeholders have applied on a variety of programs. They've applied for learnerships, they've applied for internships, TVET placement, which means it's more than what you are seeing on the screen in terms of what way the committee have to evaluate. Then you can see that the competition is very, very tight. Make sure that when you apply, present a very strong business case in terms of why you want to implement that program. Then I'm just going to reflect in terms of the status, in terms of allocation per province. You can see in Gauteng we've received an application total to 12,284 learners. This is just in terms of number of learners that the stakeholders in Gauteng have applied for. And the allocation was 4,274 in terms of Gauteng. Then in various provinces, this instance where you find that one stakeholders have applied to various provinces, then you can see the figures as well there. And what have been allocated is 3,108. Then in Western Cape, you can see that in terms of applications, it was 1,995 learners. and the allocation was 1,122 KZN. You can see 2,158 going up to your provinces in terms of applications. Then you can see that in terms of the demand is very high, and it's always the case that the higher the demand, the lower the supply. Then in terms of indicators, then you can see that most of the stakeholders prefer to apply for learnership. You can see that it's sitting as 34%, which means there is higher demand in terms of learnerships. And if you remember on the target, the annual target for learnership is 250 learners. But check what the SETA have received in terms of applications. Then moving to TVET placement is sitting on the 13%. You can see that most of the stakeholders, there's a high appetite in terms of TVET placement. Same with skills programs and short programs and graduate internship programs. And university placement, skills programs a little bit low, same with programs that focus on entrepreneurships. Then one of the challenges that we're experiencing in terms of numbers, in terms of application, is programs that talk to CET and TVET. Then I want to encourage stakeholders that are representing TVET, please, as we open our DG window, please respond to those interventions. We normally experience a lot of challenges with regards to response, with regards to these indicators, such as your TVET bursaries, TVET lecture development, your CET programs, your TVET managers. Those are the programs that we normally receive less response in terms of DG and your AET programs. Then the demand is on learnerships. Everyone wants to implement learnerships. Then I think that's the summary of the presentation. Thank you very much. Over to you, Program Director.
Thank you, colleagues. So we've seen the 2023-2024 predetermined objectives presented by Mr. Nebugavini. And I think this can get a unanimous decision in terms, or idea rather, in terms of LPD being the engine of the MICTSETA business. From his presentation, he's also made quite strong calls to yourselves as the stakeholders to ensure that we adhere to some of these processes such that there's meticulous implementation and execution of learning programs. He also made mention, which is obviously in line as well with our rural strategy, that we need to obviously expose digital skills as well into far-flung areas. And obviously based on some of the output indicators, we would be able then to have responsive programs to that. Ladies and gentlemen, that particular presentation brings us to our engagement sessions. I did mention that we'll give about 15 minutes as opposed to the 30, just so that you can voice out your comments from these three presentations, as well as the address from the CEO, if there have been, any pertinent issues, or if there was one key factor that came out from the CEO's opening address. You're more than welcome to please voice out your opinion. This is actually your session, so we do want robust engagement. It's a two-way communication. I think if we don't hear from our stakeholder insight, we would be obviously doing an injustice in terms of maintaining a relationship with our key stakeholders. So we do have about 1, 2, 3, I think, mics that are roving. If you could please just put your hand up should you want to make a comment, ask a question, and highlight the organization and your name, rather than the organization that you represent. And we will take about 2 or 3 questions at a go before I open up to the panel for responses. Comments, compliments as well are very welcome colleagues, you've seen that, just from the two presentations, the SETA has made quite great headway from a research perspective, as well as from an implementation of learning programs perspective. So we also are open to that. The floor is yours. Any questions? Any comments? Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for affording me the opportunity. My name is Zama. I'm actually representing SETA training. I think just to cut the long story short, colleagues, I know that there are quite a number of training providers in here. In short, training providers, I'm trying to be short and I'm trying to be straight and fair. I'm actually looking for a job. I am a facilitator, I am a moderator, and also the assessor. The reason why I'm doing that, it's because comes next week, Tuesday, we are closing our offices. Unfortunately, since from 2016, we have had the accreditation with MICTSETA, but since from then, we never had even a single student being trained on learnerships or something of that nature. We have had quite a number of training providers coming from different provinces, training, people in our own community. We are still doing the traditional way of training. We are depending on students who are paying for themselves. But even today, if you can go to Bothaville, there are some institutions that are actually recruiting the very same students we are trying to recruit as well. And they are recruiting them for learnerships while we are expecting them to pay for themselves. So in short, if there's anyone who is actually looking for a facilitator, an assessor, and a moderator, I'm here. Thank you.
Thank you. I think in good marketing and promotional terms, you need to obviously target based on where your stakeholders are. But I think for the benefit as well of your question or comment or statement, we are going to be having an ETQA presentation after the tea break. So I think, that would obviously provide quite great insight for yourself. So I'll give over to you.
Right, good morning, colleagues. My name is Chris Mateja from FS Compi Steps and Information Technology that we are currently based in Valcom. Let me just take this time to thank the MICT for giving us this opportunity to come here in Free State. I think one point is why the Free State is on 1%. It is because you realize that most of the training providers who come and train here are the outside training providers that you can realize they are here because of money. When coming to look at the host employers or the workplace for the student, then it's going to be difficult for them because they are not here. And somehow you realize that they took these learners for workplace for maybe in a week, for 1 or 2 days. And then if you realize that maybe the training providers for Free State because we are here, for an example, myself, I was given an opportunity of 15 learners in the previous DG window. I've got 2 learners that was placed at the Machawe local municipality. I get a call last week. The manager called me to say, like, Chris, I'm absorbing these 2 learners of yours. And then I also make my advisor aware of that. And one of the learners also placed at the mining. She also get the opportunity for that to continue with the mine. So for having the people who are coming from outside to come and train here is not a problem, but the problem is when coming to the host employers, because they are not here to support or to monitor those learners to engage with the host employers for the future of these learners. I think this is why we are on 1% when coming to employ these learners, and it gives us a problem because on the chart we are bad. So that is why you see Gauteng is always dominating. As my learned friend on the other side said, yeah, we had the challenge of training providers who are coming outside. And when they come here, they will come and say, Chris, I'm looking for your venue to use your venue. The only thing I can pay you is for the rental, but I'm coming with my facilitators, assessors, and as moderators. And after that, they're gone. When coming to looking for the workplaces for the learners, it's a struggle. Some of the learners are not even go to the workplaces. So that was my first question. And I think maybe going forward, I hear Mr. Ernest was also presenting about the SLA process and so on. There are some vetting that was done. Also, I'm one of the people who was vetted by the MICT, I think this year. Mr. Ernest never mentioned to say maybe the deadline when we should expect the SLA or not. Maybe he can clarify that to us when we're expecting that or not. I'm not sure. Maybe I can fall on the 320 of the allocation, because I've seen Free State 855 applied, but the allocation goes to 320. So I'm just praying and hoping God will put me there so that we can able to service our community. Yeah, I think one of the things is the partnership that I've seen. Most of the partnership, it goes with the MICT, the TVET, and the CET. I've never seen to where the MICT partner with the training, the private providers. And when we realize that we are training providers, we see these learners, we engage them, and we do research, and we also sneeze. Because you realize that one of the public college was given maybe 50 learners for learnership, but you have been given 15 learners. When you go around, you realize that 50 learners that was given to the public college, they are doing nothing like the way you as a private provider you are doing. And at the end, they end up dropping out and coming to you to say, like, can I continue with you? Because it's the same funder. I said, it can be possible on that. So you must also look into the partnership with the private providers, those serious training providers, because some private providers really, Mr. Ernest said, they can hire laptops, and we are aware of that. People also using the libraries to come for the advisor to come and vet them. After that, they are gone. Some using even the churches. So, and lastly is, how possible is a training provider from outside to come and train maybe 50 learners here? How do you vet that person if that person doesn't have the resources in Free State, for an example? And then also myself, I can apply for Eastern Cape. How do you show that this 50 learners that you are giving this person in Free State, is there any resources? So obviously there is something that really give me a sleepless night to say, like, this person get 50 learners, but she doesn't, or he doesn't have even a single office here in Free State. So maybe the high possibility in myself, maybe in the near future, I can apply for the other provinces. I think those were my comments, or maybe some of the questions. I know some it will hurt, but true to be talked. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take one question, and then I'll just open up to the panel.
Good morning. My name is Lebogang Masimungai. I'm from a company, a skills development company here in Bloemfontein. My question is on the people trained on entrepreneurship. I saw that you reported that it was only 2.54%. So I just want to understand, what is your expectation in terms of how you want the providers to carry out that part? Because we know that the qualification is the new venture creation is actually the services SETA qualification. So do you accept partnerships or new ventures or consortiums where us as skills development providers we can actually partner with companies from other who are accredited with other SETAs to actually help you to increase the number of people who are trained on entrepreneurship? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. I will obviously open up the Q&A to our panel, but just to highlight the questions that we need to address. It was the issue of addressing external providers obviously infiltrating the Free State, those service providers across other regions as well. And then the issue of partnerships, how do we include private providers? And from the gentleman's comment as well, what is obviously the expectation on how providers can carry out the output indicator for entrepreneurship?
just to appreciate, I think, the bravery and the confidence of coming to a session such as this one, and you know, blatantly state the current case of being unemployed. I think you are in the relevant space and platform, and you'll realize in the presentation, I think that would be made by the senior manager responsible for ETQA, Ms. Nelson, that very space of assessor and moderator, it's one space that we as South Africans have not leveraged on. We not actively participating, and it's very important that we take advantage of that space. Even when it comes to graduates, those that can't find jobs can still participate actively in that particular space. That's why we're conducting over the past few weeks some stakeholder engagement sessions through ETQA so that people see opportunities beyond skills development in the area of assessor and moderator. And the issue of ensuring that our footprint is much more intense even in rural areas, but such that you don't have people from outside of the province monopolizing provinces, Mr. Matega. It's one of the thorny issues that we are currently handling. That's why through the board, part of our SCM plans in terms of our procurement plans approved is to secure and procure a GIS system. That GIS system will enable us beyond the current manual processes that we are using to have proper footprint and establish as to which particular districts do we need a representation, and ensure that even our interventions when it comes to capacity building, it's more targeted in those particular districts where we don't have proper representation. So from a continuous basis, be rolling out directed and targeted stakeholder engagement kind of interventions in particular, to ensure that those particular areas where we don't have any footprint, we ensure that we have footprint, because we have conviction that we are a SETA that belongs to the entire country of South Africa. There's no learner, like I alluded to in my presentation, in my address earlier on. There's no particular area that should be excluded when it comes to MICTSETA offerings. And so we'll be going to each and every region, but beyond that, there will be that rollout of capacity building sessions that are targeted to those particular districts and those particular areas where we don't have any representation. Part of the partnerships and collaborations that we have with your TVET colleges are mainly meant to ensure that there is that reach to those particular areas wherein there are totally no stakeholders beyond the efforts that we'll be embarking on. Thanks.
Okay. Good morning once more, and thanks for the question. The first issue I will deal with is the issue of stakeholders that are coming from other provinces to come to Free State and implement the program. I understand where you are coming from, but if you are a training provider and you are accredited in Free State, and you also have the capacity to implement a program in Northern Cape, nothing stops you to apply for funding for Northern Cape, provided you are having a capacity to implement a program in that provinces. Because Free State is not a country, it's a province. And all of us, we are South Africans. Then which means if you are accredited in Gauteng, you can implement a program in Limpopo, provided you got a capacity to implement a program in that province. I understand where you are coming from in terms of stakeholders that are coming here with no capacity. That one is a challenge, I think those are the issues that we need to look at that going forward. But if they've got a capacity to implement the program, they can implement a program. In Free State, you can also implement a program in Gauteng. As you apply, don't limit yourself because you reside in Free State. If you look at our annual report last year, we're having few programs in Northern Cape because we got less response in terms of DG in that province. You need to look for opportunity as a business person to say, if I can't get opportunity in Free State, I can explore opportunity somewhere. But we encourage a resident training provider to really respond to their province as well, because they know where to get a placement, and we're going to get a value for money in those programs. But the issue of capacity is very key. And in the past, we used to do this virtual site vetting where stakeholders can demonstrate resources virtually. In the current financial year, we're conducting physical site vetting to go and check if the stakeholder is having those equipment and all the applicable resources to implement the program. Then the other question was on the enterprise development programs in terms of new venture. As you implement this program, seek for opportunity. I'll give you a practical example with technical support. If you are implementing a technical support program, you can build some other top-up programs such as teaching learners how to install alarms, teaching learners how to install surveillance cameras, teaching your learners to repair some of the things that are also technical, so that you can build the element around enterprise development. Because if you have just trained a learner doing technical support, but that learner have received a top-up unit standard around satellite installations. If you check most of the households these days, they do have DSTV TV, and they need installers. And most of these installers, they're based here in Bloemfontein. If you want to install a DSTV satellite in a Wichabelo, you have to rely on the installer who's based in an urban area. And if you're implementing this program, such as technical support, and you build an element around a satellite installer, which means when these learners complete the program, they can also run their own businesses, installing a satellite to their communities. That's the key thing, that as you implement the program, think about enterprise development, build some unit standard that can assist learners to start their own business. You can also do a one unit standard from services SETA around new venture while you are implementing system support, while you are implementing technical support, so that you can bring that element around enterprise development. I think those are the questions that I've noted. Going back to the DG, if you have applied and you didn't receive a positive outcome, it doesn't stop you to apply again in a new window. And if you got a query, send your query under DG queries at MICT and present your business case to say, I've been applying, this is what I'm going to do with this learner. It's not about you as a training provider. Look at the impact that you are going to do to the end user, which are the learners. You can't present a business case to say, I'm going to close down if I'm not going to DG grant, if I'm not going to access DG grant. You need to present a case around how are you going to build capacity to those learners, because the beneficiary of this project is not you as a training provider. The end user is the learner. Let's look at the bigger picture. What are you going to do with those learners after you've trained them? Present a case that I'm going to train these learners under these programs. I'm going to change the life of these learners. When they complete these programs, they're going to participate in the economy. I've got this host employers that are going to employ these learners. It's not about you as an entity. It's about the end user who's going to benefit out of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ernest. Colleagues, I'm just going to leave it there for now. I'm sure we do want leg stretch as well as a comfort break. If I'd ask us to get back here in the next 10 minutes, so at 12:20, if we could be back such that we can then have our presentation from the QC2O, from 4IR, as well as the E2QA division. Thank you so much for your engagement.
That's it, I'm done.
to our second session of the program. I'm sure we've got a good leg stretch and we've got to defrost a bit. This brings us now to the 4IR presentation, followed by a presentation by the QCTO, and then we will end off our program with a presentation by our ETQA division. We have Ms. Natalie Nelson now up on stage. As I had said in our opening, that I would formally introduce her in this second stage when everyone can actually now see her up here on stage. Ms. Natalie Nelson, Senior Manager, ETQA. Ladies and gentlemen, please can we give her a round of applause. And then with that, I will bring Ms. Gugusema, who's our Senior Manager for 4IR, to take us through some of the exciting interventions that our 4IR division has made within this past financial year. The amount of progress, ladies and gentlemen, that has taken place within our 4IR division is actually, aligned to the rate at which the actual industry is operating in. So I think as a SETA, we are led there from a 4IR perspective. I hope you will also gain great insights and you will learn a lot from the presentation. Thank you. Bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. We're having just a bit of a technical glitch. We're just trying to align our online with the proceedings here at the venue, but I think we are just about done. So if you can please just be patient for about a minute or so. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Program Director. As introduced, I am Gugusema, responsible for the 4th Industrial Division. Ladies and gentlemen, the 4IR is a global agenda, an agenda that we find ourselves as a country had to respond into. It all started in 2015, where the current era was declared as a 4th Industrial Revolution. We all know that prior this 4IR, there were other previous industrial revolution that we had experienced. I am not going to talk about that for now, but just to cover where we are as a country and where we are at high level, and also where we are as an organization. Therefore, my presentation will cover these three aspects. As I've highlighted that the 4IR is a global agenda, we started responding or participating in this global agenda in 2018, where our Honorable President attended the Davos conference. And coming back following that, we have seen that there were an initiative that was started at a national level where 30 individuals from different sectors were appointed to serve as presidential commissioners or 4IR presidential commissioners. They were mandated to conduct the research and consult with the various sectors, economic sectors in the country, so that with the aim of coming up or presenting a report to the president outlining the state we are in or where we are as a country in relation to the 4IR. Later, the report was presented to the president, and that report had recommendation on what needs to be done as a country, how we can respond just to leapfrog on this 4IR. That presentation, report, it came up with the South African definition on what 4IR is, what is our understanding of 4IR. That is the definition there. I'm not going to talk or to read that through. I'm sure most of you here, you have got hold of the report and you have seen that. Now, at the SETA level, we have also followed the same approach that was taken by the national, where we went out on a call inviting the industry to come and participate what we call the 4IR Advisory Committee. That happened on the 4th of March 2019. Following that, on the 22nd of March, there was the official establishment of the 4IR Advisory Committee. And after that committee was established, there was another meeting that took place on the 8th of June 2019, where a decision was taken that this committee needs to have different stream in order to be able to assist the MICTSETA to fast track the work that has now been done or completed in the 4IR division. Now, following that, there was an official launch of this advisory committee that was led by the former Minister, Ms. Stella Beni. She personally came as part of the event where she was launching this 4IR advisory committee. Now, from the deliberation that we had with these individuals that are advising the MICTSETA, serving on these 4IR advisory committees, there was a strong recommendation that MICTSETA, to be able to respond on the 4IR, we need to have a standalone division that will be named 4IR. We therefore listened to the advice. We then went to the department, that is our principal, the DHED, Department of Higher Education and Training, where we have made a request, and that request was approved by the department that we can have the 4IR division as a standalone division, and we were placed under Program 3 as a sub-program 3.1. In terms of our APP, or the annual performance plan framework from the department, we only have one outcome, and that outcome is a 4IR integrated digital strategy that is responsive to 4IR skills demand in the MICT sector. Now, one of the mandates that was given to this advisory committee was to assist the MICTSETA to develop what we call today the integrated digital skills strategy. That is a guiding or governance policy in the division. And in developing the IDSS, though, the integrated digital skills strategy, we have followed these governance processes whereby each of these advisory committee had input or inputted on the development of the IDSS, and then later we had a task team that consolidated all the views of the different committees and come up with one document that was then later tabled to the CEO as well as the GovCo for their recommendation to the MICTSETA board. I'm standing here, colleagues, happy to share with you that integrated digital skills strategy was therefore approved by the MICTSETA board in November 2021. Now, in developing the strategy, we have followed or we have adopted two approach or framework, that is the design thinking framework as well as a strategy development tool from Harvard. And one may ask, why a design thinking? Where we were in 2019, we needed to really empathize with ourselves as an organization and as a country to say, while the rest of the world, they catched up on this 4IR and they started positioning themselves and responding. We as a country, we only caught that at a later stage, which was not that late though, but looking where it started, when 4IR started and where we started actively participating or responding, that was almost 4 years later. So we had to empathize ourselves and put, empathy to say, if we knew what we know in 2019, what could we have done as an organization to be able to be responsive and stay relevant to our the sectors that we are servicing, hence this design thinking approach. And that really assisted us, because all the work that has been done, it was through that we really needed to put ourselves in the shoes of the country, of the MICTSETA, to say, if we don't have the relevant qualification or training intervention, we won't be relevant to the stakeholders that we are servicing. We are not going to have an impact in terms of the qualification or contributing to positively to this unemployment rate that we are facing ourselves. And therefore, with that in mind, it assisted us to really push to get where we are as a division as well as the organization. Now, this integrated digital skills strategy at high level, what does it seek to achieve? Firstly, this IDS, it has got 5 goals and 6 strategic objectives, and each of these goals and objectives, they are aligned to the work streams that I've mentioned earlier. Now, at high level, this strategy, it seeks to replace the critical and the scarce skills with the future skills. It calls for the funding of 4IR learning programs from the ECD to the post-matric where we are currently mandated to operate. It also introduces the 4IR learning programs to unemployed and retrenched workers. And for the very first time as an MICTSETA in our thinking and our planning, that we think or we plan for the retrenched workers. We all can attest that we coming from COVID. A lot of companies have shut down. A lot of people have lost their employment. To get those people back to the economy, we need to reskill. We need to upskill them with the relevant skills so that they can get back to the economy. And therefore, this strategy also seeks to address that. It also calls for unemployed youth to have at least one future skill, to be exposed to one future skill. Earlier, the CEO indicated that We have had, we started piloting some of these programs. 2 weeks ago, we had a first graduation on a 3D printing where 25 unemployed youth have benefited on this program. And some of those learners who graduated on those program, on that program, they've already secured employment, and some they have indicated that they are taking the entrepreneurial route. So this is what we are advocating with these 4IR programs. And this strategy also indicates or allows the MICTSETA to identify enablers that will assist the MICTSETA to implement this strategy in the form of partnership. We have had in the past identified partners that we have partnered with them. Some of these partners we have went out on public where we were signing them, with them a memorandum of understanding, strengthening our relationship and confirming our relationship with them and close relationship with them. At high level, again, this strategy, what we to date at least managed to achieve, and in what also we perceive to achieve in terms of timeline, in a short term, we have established this 4IR committee. We have established research chairs across public universities where we are becoming responsive to research agenda. We have developed this 4IR qualification as alluded by my colleague, that to date we have about 39 of those qualifications developed. We have had or identified the strategic partners where we have signed the MOU with them. In a mid-term, what we seek to achieve in terms of the advisory committee is that we would have had the diverse industry participation. In terms of the researchers, we will contribute to the body of knowledge, because, colleague, currently as a country, we are not doing well when it comes to research. And for us really to contribute to the body of knowledge, we need to encourage research, we need to sponsor research and encourage more young people to partake on master's and PhD program, so that by so doing that we will also contribute to the body of knowledge, and we will also expand on the training or on the technology and innovation. And this we have also learned from the leading countries that are leading on 4IR or in technology. Even some of the OEMs that we work with them, they take R&D very seriously. They spend more on R&D, and that it also encourages a lot of innovation there. And then in terms of the 4IR, we will implement this 4IR learning program in a large scale and scale up, so that our young people, they are skilled up, or even those retrenched with the relevant skills and or qualification, so that they are able to come back to the economy or they become entrepreneurs. And then with the SMA, with our strategic partners, we will then achieve all these strategic goals that we have set ourselves in that strategy. Now, again, our achievement, as I've indicated, we have started with this initiative in 2020, where we are establishing research chairs across public universities. We partnered with these universities that you are seeing there. To date, we have some of these universities that we have partnered with and established these research chairs. The board have taken a resolve that the MICTSETA ICT projects needs to be taken to these universities, as opposed to take them to the market and get services through the tendering process. But we want to we want to give our young people an opportunity to innovate and also be exposed to these different 4IR technologies that are brought by this technological advancement. So these are some of the universities where we have this initiative of research chairs, and the number of students that we are currently having and we are sponsoring in those universities. Now, the ICT projects that they are currently underway with the different universities, we have the TUT, or Tswana University of Technology, that is currently concluding the learning management system for the MICTSETA. The University of Limpopo, they are busy with the college and the SETA Times website. UJ, or University of Johannesburg, they have adopted the MICTSETA internet and mobile app project, the DUT, Knowledge Information Management, as well as the CPUT, the Cyber Security Plan, and the Enterprise Architecture. So all these projects, ladies and gentlemen, will or are currently being developed by our students that we are currently funding under these researchers. Now, the qualifications that we have developed since 2020 to date, we have 39, as I've indicated. The process of developing the qualification is not a one-way or an MICTSETA. We are guided by the QCTO. In terms of their requirements, we are expected to have OEMs as part of the contributors to the content of the qualification, the SMMEs, the labor, professional bodies, universities, TVETs, SDPs, as well as government contributing to the development of the qualifications, because these are the people that will also be consuming the learners that has been trained under these programs, or some of these organizations that are part of this development. In terms of their presence, they are already in different parts of the world, and where they are leading in this 4IR. So for us, having them on board as part of this, we are able then to get the relevant content that needs to build these qualifications that we are developing. And one of the driving, force that assisted us to develop the qualification is that when conducting research, we have noted that there are emerging ICT or emerging occupation as we are in this 4IR era. And some of the outlined careers or emerging occupation are these that are here. You will also agree with me that 5-10 years ago, we did not have occupations such as artificial intelligence engineer, cyber security analyst, machine learning engineer. These occupations, they emerge due to this technological advancement. And having read this finding of this research, then the MICTSETA asserted to start the development in line with the different technologies that are introduced by this 4IR. And then some of the qualifications that we have managed to develop, and they have been already registered by both SAQA and the QCTO. These are the occupation, just to name the few: the AI developer, the design thinking lead, Internet of Things developer, software developer, robotic processing, automation developer. And just to outline, to share with you, this is the first qualification that we have developed in the world. We are the only a country that has developed this qualification, the RPL, up to the national qualification that is registered with the National Qualification Authority. And what does that mean? It means when the rest of the world or countries, especially in Africa, or think of developing a qualification that they will register as a national qualification, they will learn from us as South Africans. So it's one of the leading qualification. We've also developed the quality tester, automator, as well as the e-waste operator. We have developed the mobile repairs qualification. If you've watched the news on Friday, our minister was launching the SAMDEX, There was a breakfast that was also televised. He also touched on this qualification. So these qualification, this mobile repair is one of the game changer qualification. We're still waiting for the QCTO to conclude on this, but we did not wait. While waiting, however, we started with a pilot of this qualification just to test the market. I'm happy to share with you as well that we have since trained over 150 unemployed youth on this qualification. We have recently developed the blockchain qualification, the drone technician qualification, RPAS, or the remote piloting aircraft qualification, remote piloting aircraft technicians. So these are some of the qualifications that have been developed, but we're waiting for the QCTO to conclude their processes so that they can get registered or be recommended to be registered by SAQA. Just a continuation of the qualifications that has been developed. We were not only focusing on developing full qualification, but also we have developed skills programs, or rather short programs in a form of skills programs. These are some of the skills programs that we have developed, and they are now registered with the QCTO, such as the 5G, the Cybersecurity Defender, C++ Programmer, because as we conduct research, we have also noted that these technologies that are being introduced, they are using certain programming languages, and therefore we needed also to be ahead and ensure that these programming languages are available in a form of skills programs. So those are the programming languages that we have developed, and they are now registered as skills programs, such as your Python programming, HTML, the Java programmer, JavaScript programmer, C++, I've noted. Those are the programming languages that were concluded. Now, we are also happy to share with you that the DHET has since endorsed some of these 7 qualifications as learnerships. So these are the first learnerships that have been registered as a 4IR learnership. So you are encouraged, especially those SDPs that are in the room, to expand your scope and apply for accreditation for this occupation. Our colleagues from the QCTO, they are going to outline the process of accreditation, as well as my colleague, Ms. Natalie, will also touch on the process of the accreditation on this program. Looking at the future in terms of what we are still going to achieve in this, or we have planned to achieve for this financial year, we are continuing with the research on onboarding new universities. These are the universities that we have already reached out to them. We have concluded our discussion with them. They will then be starting to implement these research chairs, those 5 universities that are outlined there. In terms of our development, the qualification development, we have planned to develop another 16 qualifications ranging from PCB, fabrication, automotive, Ethernet, embedded chip, data science, engineer, quantum computing, encryption, smart grid, communication, Scrum. These are now programming languages, again, Scrum, Agile, UI, UX, Reactive Native, Go Groovy, Domain, Ruby, as well as these last 2, the domain name and Reactive Native. What's new on our plate is the establishment of the learning factories, because as we are developing this qualification, we need to expand on digital hub or on learning factories. So through our partners, we will be then establishing different hubs, but the focus will be the TVET, those TVET that have these different 4IR technologies sponsored by SETAs or some of the partners, and they are underutilized. So we will be reaching out to those, and some of identified strategic key partners that we will work with them where they will then use these hubs, to expose our learners on these different technologies. We will also be running competition with the aim of creating a pool of young people that will later identify them to the initiative, the department initiative, which is the World Skills Initiative, where the department on every second year we take young people to compete with their peers on the different skills. So we are starting as MICTSETA to build that pool to assist that, because previously we've been attending this World Skills competition, and we have seen, having invested a lot, we come back with no single trophy or single award on those. So we need then to change, reframe on how, rethink on how we implement this initiative. And this is a country initiative, so when we go there, we don't go as MICTSETA, but we go as a country representative, and therefore we really need to take this one at another level, so that next time, the next competition, at least we come back with something in our hands. We'll also be running hackathons with different partners, as well as the institution of higher learning. This brings me to the end. Thank you, colleagues and project managers.
Thank you so much, Gugu. Colleagues, I am definitely sure that I think we are all aligned to the fact that the 4IR qualifications that have been developed are not only responsive to our own country needs, but they are obviously aligned as well to what the global standards are saying. And we're obviously hoping that as stakeholders, as providers, that your training interventions as well are responsive to some of these 4IR qualifications that have been highlighted. In her presentation, Ms. Gugu Sema highlighted some of the qualifications that have been developed and approved by the Quality Council for Trade Occupations, the QC2O. And from that, we have invited a representative from the QC2O to just give us insight in terms of what the new requirements are. But they will be joining us virtually. So we are going to connect via the Zoom platform. We'll obviously be able to view that particular presentation from our venue. Then followed by that, we would have Ms. Natalie Nelson, who would then take us through the ETQA overview. Where she will also cover the occupational and historical accreditation process. She'll provide an update on that, and then she'll also just take us through the registration of subject matter experts, as well as the verification of some of the historical programs. And then I think she concludes her presentation with the EISA Center registration process. I think if I could just give a nod to our technical team, just to advise us as to whether we are ready for the QCTA presentation, as to whether our representative has joined online. Have they? If you could just... All right. In the absence of... Okay, I think we've just gotten a heads up to say that they are waiting to present.
Бронят крепка, и танки наши быстрые, и наши люди мужество полны. В строю стоят советские танкисты, своей великой родине сыны. Гремя огнем, сверкая блеском стали, пойдут машины в яростный поход. Когда нас бой пошлет товарищ Сталин, и первый маршал бой нас поведет. Заводов труд и труд колхозных пашен. Мы защитим страну свою храня ударной силой орудийных башен и быстротой, и натиском огня. Гремя огнем, сверкая блеском стали, пойдут машины в яростный поход. Когда нас бой пошлет товарищ Сталин, и первый маршал в бой нас поведет. Пусть помнит враг, укрывшийся в засаде, мы на чеку, мы за врагом следим. Чужой земли мы не хотим ни пяди, но и своей вершка не отдадим. Гремя огнем, сверкая блеском стали, пойдут машины в яростный поход. Когда нас бой пошлет товарищ Сталин, и первый маршал в бой нас поведет. А если
Good afternoon, everyone.
матерый, он будет бить,
Thank you for the great.
когда начнут валить
Quite difficult to keep everybody engaged after we've had
по сопкам,
talk about what's available in terms of
сверкая блеском стали, пойдут машины.
4IR programs and have me come in and talk around governance. But nevertheless, colleagues, just moving straight into
Когда нас бой пошлет товарищ.
ETQA at the heart of the MICTSETA, because that's actually where training providers start, training providers end, the value chain of learning and development starts and ends within ETQA, and it ensures that we deliver on the mandate to our beneficiaries. So just in terms of our key points and what we'll cover in the presentation, we're going to quickly delve into the OQSF policy. That's an update to the policy that has been instituted by the QCTO as at 2021. It's going to give you insight into the changes, the landscape changes that are happening within skills development and the impact that it's going to have on skills development providers. We're going to head into then our role as an AQP, Assurance Quality Partner, and that basically is going to cover the aspects of what we do around accreditation, verification, ETD practitioners, and how we register them, as well as certification. The last part we'll cover is a DQP update, which is then the Development Quality Partner update. Much like my colleague Gugu, we also are involved with qualifications, realignment and development, but our focus is mostly on taking the existing qualifications that are registered on the NQF, what we call the historical qualifications, and then realigning them into the OQSF model to ensure that the norms, the standards, the competencies that are required by the industry and sector are reflected in those qualifications. So just in terms of what we do, we have a delegated function, and that's delegated by the QCTO. We are established under the ETQA regulations, and that of course forms part of the SAQA Act of 1995. So we are going to cover then the accreditation of skills development providers. We're going to look at the registration of ETD practitioners, how we conduct verification leading to certification, and ultimately qualifications development. So heading straight into the OQSF policy, basically this talks around a framework that has been implemented or instituted as at 2021. And what that basically looks at is to say that we've understood that there are various sub-frameworks for education. Basically, we know that we have the GFETC, and that is specifically focused at Umalusi, and these are then our basic education level. We also know that we have the higher education level, and that basically focuses on the CHE programs. And then we now have the OQSF level, which focuses then on trades and vocations, and that's also where the SETA comes in. So just in terms of the sub-frameworks and how they touch on the NQF, if you have a look from NQF level 1 all the way down to NQF level 4. You note that there's Umalusi, so they are responsible for programs from NQF level 1 all the way down to NQF level 4. That includes your AET programs, formerly known as ABET programs. We then have the Council for Higher Education. They focus then on qualifications from NQF level 5 up to and including then NQF level 10, your PhD level, and then you now have the OQSF, which then focuses then on AET, even NQF level 1 up to and including then the expanded level of NQF level 8. And that's why you'd see as we continue to develop these occupational programs, we can go as far as developing programs at NQF level 8. We don't do this in isolation of any other partners. Certainly we work with the 6-pillar system, but we also then work very closely with universities, higher education institutions, and industries to then develop these qualifications. If we move into the OQSF and what it basically means, they're talking around transitional arrangements. This has been in place for some time. So what does a transitional arrangement mean? It basically means that we're moving away from what we had as historical training programs that our current STPs are accredited for into then the occupational framework. What is the implication of this? Well, the OQSF policy and the transitional arrangements basically indicate that our current historical qualifications have a lifespan, meaning that the registration end dates of the current qualifications are at the 30th of June 2023. What does that mean for our current training service providers? Well, if you're already accredited as a training service provider and your accreditation is valid beyond the 2023 date, that means that you can continue to then train and enroll students under your MICTSETA accreditation. But for any provider who is looking to either extend their scope into the MICTSETA or looking to become a new accredited provider, it means that the MICTSETA can no longer accredit training providers post the 30th of June 2023. So if you are in the audience and you're looking to become accredited as an MICTSETA service provider, I strongly recommend that you send through your application, because the last date that we will accept applications is noted to be the 31st of March 2023. This is to allow us to walk through the process with you and then actually get you accredited at the end of that period of time. Then the last date of learner enrollment, also an implication from the transitional arrangements. What that basically means is on the qualification it says that you cannot, whether you are accredited or not, you cannot enroll a student onto a training program, any one of the MICTSETA historical training programs beyond the 30th of June 2024. So if you have got a cohort of learners, you would need to enroll them and ensure that they're enrolled by the 30th of June 2024, failing which the MICTSETA would not be able to continue with the process then of exit verification. Once you've fully trained the learners, you've assessed them, you've done the internal moderation, and you're now looking for then the SETA verification. Lastly, the last date of achievement. This is also reflected on the qualification. If you visit SAQA, you'll find the qualifications there, and it basically indicates the last date of achievement. That means that post the teach-out period, so if you've enrolled a student and you've enrolled them before the 30th of June 2024, it basically means you have until the 30th of June 2027 to ensure that the learner is fully trained, has been given several opportunities if it's required for assessment and reassessment, that internal moderation has been facilitated, and that exit verification has been facilitated by the SETA in order for us to report on the learner in terms of achievement. Right, moving into the quality assurance partner updates. So just noting, as indicated, the implication of the transitional arrangements basically means that we will no longer accept any applications for new skills development provider registration or accreditation beyond the 31st of March 2023. And this is also in line with learning program approval, which we consider then an extension of scope. If you are currently accredited by a sister SETA and you want to extend your scope into the MICTSETA, you would not be able to do that as well. Looking at extensions, so just noting the volumes of skills development providers that we have who obviously continue to train and are fully accredited, etc., we've sought then for an approval from the QCTO to extend the accreditation of our training service providers up to and including then the last date of enrollment. So that means that as a service provider, you would be able to continue to do the training, continue to then enroll learners up to and including the 30th of June 2024. If you do not have learners in training or enrolled in the MICT-SETA programs, your accreditation would not be extended beyond this period of time. Okay. So all applications, as I've indicated, then end on the 31st of March 2023. All right, so just in order for us to ensure we fast-track the process of then accreditation, should you choose to become an MICT-SETA accredited provider and you submit your application by the 31st, we plead, as our CEO indicated with you, to please ensure that you send us your complete application. Oftentimes we find that service providers complain and say, it's taken me 8 months, 10 months to achieve accreditation, from the time that they've applied to the time at which they've received the accreditation. What happens in the process in the middle is that we ask you for compliance documentation. We ask you for certain proof of ETD practitioners, service level agreements in place, lease agreements in place. And by the time we receive that information, possibly the first batch of information that you've submitted, such as your tax PIN certificate, has expired. So we find ourselves going back and forth with training service providers to try and get them to this first stage of desktop compliance before we head then into the physical site visit. So you'd note that it becomes a long, drawn-out process, not just for the SETA, but for the provider as well. So just to caution once again, if you are looking to become an MICT-SETA accredited provider before the 30th of June 2023, please ensure that you submit a complete application by the 31st of March 2023. We do, when we, of course, receive your application and pick up gaps, we give you 7 working days in which to remediate and then actually close those gaps. You also can request for an extension. So, for example, I'm waiting for an updated lease agreement. I have not yet received it, etc. The SETA does make provision for that, but please notify us timeously. Otherwise, we would have to close your application. All right, so accreditation on historical qualification. Basically, we're just talking about the process that we undertake there to ensure that you are going to implement quality programs. I think some of the biggest challenges we are experiencing as a SETA is the quality of learners that are being produced by skills development providers at the end. And how do we measure quality? The quality measure then comes from the employer when we need to place the learner who says, this learner's never been exposed to a computer and yet they have systems development qualification. It says they have a systems development qualification. So what we see our relationship with you as stakeholders being, it's that symbiotic relationship. It's a tripartite alliance where we say we trust you through the process of accreditation, that you're going to deliver on the MICT-SETA's mandate and ensure that we give the learners the quality training that they need to make them either employable or give them the skills that they need to actually, at the end of the process, start businesses, as alluded to by my colleague, Ernest. So what would you need then to ensure that you become an MICT-SETA accredited training service provider? Well, firstly, you would need to ensure that you log on to our website. As indicated, our learner management system is still in development. We have completed a number of modules on that learner management system, and it's looking really great, user-friendly as well. We've tested it with some external service providers in the meantime, just to gain their feedback before we actually go live. So the system is looking good. But in the interim, we have then created online forms that you need to log onto our website and complete. And once you've completed that application, then the next stage of the process kicks in, where you are sent a formal link and requested to please upload your documentation into that link. The link does expire, so it expires after 7 days. And if you have not uploaded any documentation, we would then need to engage with you to resend you another link. So I can imagine that you can already see the process of back and forth at the 7 days already if we're not receiving your complete application.
Most important to note that if you're still seeking accreditation for a full skills, for a full training program or full qualification, you would need to go to QCTO. So QCTO says, come to us, complete a letter and request for a letter of intent that will go to the relevant SETA. Once they've approved, this process should not take longer than 30 days, but I'm sure my colleagues at the QCTO would indicate, should not take longer than 30 days. Once that has been concluded, you can then complete your application with the MICTSETA. For shorter skills programs, you don't need to actually go to the QCTO in terms of that letter of intent. So from an MICTSETA perspective, we require that you have that referral letter from QCTO, you have your legislative documentation in place, you are sent a complete pack and a checklist that indicates these are the areas, these are the documentation that you need to complete in order for us to start with the desktop evaluation process. You need to ensure that you have ETD practitioners. We are also picking up on an alarming trend where STPs are now starting to apply using the credentials of assessors and moderators who have not granted consent. I'd like to implore you as ETD practitioners, please be very careful of the third-party broker for ETD practitioners where you share your information with someone who says, I know someone who's looking for an assessor and moderator on this program. We are picking it up quite consistently over the period of time, so just a fair warning around the practice that we're starting to pick up within ETD. So you must have then, of course, be registered against the qualification, which you are going to assess and moderate, and then also you certainly need to have a service level agreement in place with that individual. Learning materials, the learner guide, facilitator guide, assessment guide, the logbook learner matrix, those are the kinds of documents we want to see. And then quality management system, your processes, your policies, your procedures, how are you going to govern your facility, how are you going to govern how learning is happening, how are you going to govern enrollment of learners, achievement of learners, etc. And then, of course, the training implementation site. So this has been quite a conscientious or bone of contention with lots of our STPs to say, the world is moving at such a fast pace. Why am I still required to have a training site as opposed to just having online training all the time? But we must understand that from an outcomes-based learning perspective, that engagement with the learner as they complete a portfolio of evidence is critical. It's still a requirement, even in the occupational program, you are required to complete a portfolio of evidence. So that support session with the learners makes it very difficult to happen when it's happening on a online platform. And so for that reason, there still needs to be some form of a training or a workplace implementation site in place. So what governs our process? Basically, we look at an online application. Once you've submitted all the necessary documentation, we move into the second stage, which is then the desktop compliance vetting. The third stage, once you've received your compliance report that says you're good to go, you have now been allocated to an advisor, you can then have the third stage, which is then the site visit. We do online site visits as well as physical site visits. The online site visit, we've onboarded a system called Blitz. We did this during the COVID-19 period, and this was simply to say that we wanted to be responsive to the applications that we were receiving, and so we make use of this system. The great thing about the system is that you need to then indicate to us, you need to send us your location, and it must match the location that you've actually put down on your application form. If it does not match, we do not continue then with the session. This is just to ensure that you are actually at the facility that you've said is your training site. We then do the recommendation. So once that's happened, the advisor then makes a recommendation, of course informs you of the recommendation because you need to sign off on this accreditation report, and that is presented to the independent accreditation committee. So I want to clarify, I am not the accreditation committee. Okay, the accreditation committee has been established by the CEO, consists of independent members, and they then look at the policy, they look at the process, they look at the procedures, and they obviously look at your application and make a recommendation on whether you can become an MICTSETA accredited training service provider. So our planned time frame there is at 45 days. It does extend beyond the 45 days depending on the completeness of the application that we receive. It also then is dependent on the turnaround times, the availability of the resources internally to be able to action on your application as well. So just an overview of what we look like as the MICTSETA in terms of our accredited providers. In total, we've got a pool of 2,193 providers, and we only have 41 skills development providers within the Free State that range from those who are what we would call full accreditation, that's a 5-year accreditation, provisional, that's a 2-year accreditation, and then LPA, that's when you are accredited with another SETA and you've then extended your scope into the MICTSETA. Also, some further concerning statistics is applications for quarter 3, which we start counting at October. We only received 4 applications from the Free State for accreditation. And then we've received 1 application for Jan for extension of scope. We've also only seen a 1% growth in terms of assessor for the region for quarter 3 as well as Jan, and a 0% growth for moderator. In terms of verification, we've only had 2 exit verifications happen within the province. So I think this is a testament to something that you probably raised earlier, Chris, around SDPs and not having sufficient supply within then the province itself. Moving on to then accreditation on occupational qualifications. So noting that our mandate ends with historical qualifications, the QCTO then adopts the full process for occupational qualifications. That means that once it's registered on the NQF, you would need to then extend your scope into QCTO in order to train on any of the programs that my colleague Gugu highlighted earlier. So what does that mean? You need to log on to the QCTO website, you need to submit the necessary forms, complete the application forms, you must submit all of the relevant annexures. If it's an extension of scope, you also need to submit a different batch of annexures, and you need to just ensure that you submit that to the QCTO. They focus predominantly on your valid occupational health and safety certificate, much like we do at the MICTSETA, to ensure the safety of the learners. You must ensure that you have qualified facilitators who can deliver on the program, and you must ensure that you submit the appeals policy and the code of conduct. So when they talk about the qualified facilitators, they are alluding to what they term subject matter experts. So much like in our process where we have the assessors, within the occupational qualification process, they then have these subject matter experts. They also have various phases of accreditation. So their first phase is when you submit the application form along with the documentation that is listed under phase 1. Their second phase is where they do a desktop evaluation, much like the MICTSETA does. They evaluate all the documentation that you've submitted, and then they move into a particular direction. Then the next one is phase 3. If your application meets the minimum requirements, you would then need to wait for the QCTO to propose a date for the site visit. So this is actually where the SETA comes in. Once they've conducted their desktop evaluation, they then send us a list of providers and say, MICTSETA, these are the providers who are looking for accreditation or seeking accreditation for all the occupational programs that you have generated. We would then need to engage with these SDPs to actually physically conduct these site visits. So we would come out to your site, or we would do the virtual site visit. We would ensure that you meet the minimum requirements from what we need to, the gap that we need to close as at phase 3 and 4, and generate a report which then goes to the QCTO. Beyond the process of the generation of the report and the submission of that report to the QCTO's processes kick in, where they have their own independent accreditation committee and then look at the recommendations that we've made around your accreditation. So this is just a quick outline of our role as a SETA, and then the process as it's governed by the QCTO. So if you'd have a look at the start of the process, that start of the process starts with QCTO. The MICTSETA has 3 responsibilities in terms of this process, and the end of the process then is a QCTO process. So when you're looking for an accreditation letter for occupational programs, my dear colleagues at QCTO would be able to respond to you in terms of that. But the SETA has requested to be able to issue then certificates, accreditation certificates like we were issuing them in the past. I'm now going to move into the ETD practitioner updates. So just a reminder of what assessment is. It is basically the process or the task to obtain and understand someone's level of competence against a particular outcome. Whether it's a full qualification, whether it's a unit standard, whether it's a skills program, we want to know if you say that you can troubleshoot a PC, can you in fact troubleshoot a PC? Okay. Then we have the process of moderation, and that is basically the sampling of the assessment process from a assessment process perspective. Were the portfolios of evidence correctly put together? Do I agree with the competence of the learner? And then the second part of the process, was the policy adhered to in terms of assessment, the process of assessment, the principles of assessment, the NQF principles? All of those are what we look at when we look at moderation. So basically, if we have a look at it, assessment and the assessment process is where we evaluate and we judge because we're trying to increase the quality in the process. And then moderation is where we want oversight for endorsement of the full process that actually took place. And that takes us into the registration of an assessor within the MICTSETA. While we are not going to accredit providers beyond the 30th of June 2024, we will then continue to register assessors and moderators because we still require them in what we call the teach-out period. That is the period between the last date of enrollment and the last date of achievement, because you're still going to have learners who are in training, they will need to be assessed, they will need to be moderated. So this period, this process then will continue up to and including then the 31st of March 2024. So what do you need to do and what do you need to have to become a registered assessor? You must have completed the Conduct Outcomes-Based Assessment Unit Standard, and that is endorsed by the ETD-PSETA. You must have subject matter expertise in the field in which you want to assess. So if you want to assess and you want to become a rocket scientist, you want to assess against rocket scientry, you must be a rocket scientist, right? Then in terms of the documentation, we would need a certified copy of your ID and or your passport. It must not be certified any later than 6 months prior to submission as per the 2019 presidential mandate. And then if you are a foreign national, we need a copy of your work permit. We need a comprehensive CV that outlines your experience, that tells us, and your qualifications, that tells us, in fact, yes, you can assess against the outcomes of this qualification. If you want to be re-registered, you then need to submit an assessment report that proves, in fact, you have conducted assessment in the past. And all of the documentation, as indicated, must be certified within the 6-month period. Moving into moderator registration, much like for assessor, the only difference here is that you must have completed the Conduct Moderation of Outcomes-Based Assessment Unit Standard endorsed by ETD-PSETA 115759. You must have subject matter expertise in the field of assessment and moderation. So you don't necessarily need to be a subject matter expert to be a moderator, but you certainly need to be a subject matter expert in assessment and understand the process of moderation, because you will be underpinning the full process of learning and development that's happened. The requirements are much the same: a certified copy of the ID and the passport, a work permit for those who are foreign nationals, and then also a comprehensive CV. Re-registration, we also require an assessment report and or a moderation report. So just having a look at the occupational process and the applicability of moderators in the occupational process. We do not require moderators in the occupational process. This is basically because we now have what we call the ESAs, which is the External Integrated Summative Assessment Centers, and that's where the students go to complete a test or an exam, much like how you would do if you were becoming a lawyer, etc., etc. Then in terms of the next stage that's applicable to occupational programs, this is called the subject matter expert. So if you're a subject matter expert, you don't necessarily have had to complete the assessment unit standard. However, from an MICTSETA perspective, it is our view that we will try and generate a program that still upholds the standards of assessment, because it takes away the applicability then of the NQF and the principles of assessment. Nevertheless, as a subject matter expert and for registration, this is a new requirement in terms of the occupational qualification model. You can at this stage log on to QCTO and register as a subject matter expert. This is something that we're building into the process with our new learner management system. And basically, you will fulfill the role of the assessor in the process, and this includes assisting us with assessing applications on the ability to deliver in line within the qualification elements. We want to focus on things like suitability for the equipment used. So if we are going to accredit for AI, what are the core requirements for AI? Now, a layman wouldn't necessarily know what that is, but a subject matter expert would know what that is. And then suitability of the workplace site as well. So the process, as I say, is currently in the stage of finalization, and we will then indicate where we are with this process in our sessions that we have coming up, capacity building sessions that we have on a quarterly basis. Then just to touch on a question that Zama you had earlier around you are looking for work. This would be a very good opportunity for you to actually log on to QCTO and then register as a subject matter expert, because they tap into that pool of subject matter experts at this point already to assist them then with the process of occupational accreditation. So that could be an opportunity as well. So just moving into our governance process for ETD practitioners, we receive your online application on the same platform as indicated. We do a desktop compliance vetting. If your application is considered complete, it then moves into the recommendation by the advisor stage and ultimately moves into approval for registration. This process timeframe takes on average 30 days. We have in the recent past managed to shorten this to about 20 days, depending on the completeness of the application. So if your application is fully complete, the registration process end to end could take up to 20 days. Then just an overview of ETD practitioners for your region. If we have a look at that, we're sitting at 107 ETD practitioners in the Free State. And if we compare that to then the assessors, the skills development providers, we're sitting at an 83%. So you do have supply of assessors and moderators to meet any kind of demand that comes from the SDPs. However, we have noted as the SETA and as we do the verification process, the statistics tell us that 70% of the individuals conducting assessment and moderation as part of exit verification for funded and unfunded programs are foreign nationals. So in engaging with our, of course, as SDPs, some of the reasons they've cited simply is high rates that are being charged by South African nationals to actually execute on the scope of work. And when they compare that to the qualifications of the foreign nationals, they tend to go for those individuals as well. So that's something to consider as an ETD practitioner. The next process that we are busy with is verification. We've changed a lot of what we do around verification. We have a different process where verification is concerned. What we do there is we have completed a full report. The first part of the report is a toolkit, and it's got a moderation plan. You tell us how you went about this moderation, which stage of the process were you involved in. You'd note that the role of a moderator is to be involved in the beginning of the process, when the learning materials are developed, and not at the end of the process, when they now need to exit learners. So we ask, what stage of the process were you involved with? Did you have oversight of what was happening in terms of the implementation of this program? Can you attest to the fact that the learners have been deemed competent? So in and through our process here, we basically just indicate that there are a number of steps that you need to follow. What we've also instituted will be instituting in the 2023-2024 financial year, 3 types of verification, where we're focusing on induction verification. We want to understand, are you ready to actually implement this training program? Do you have registered assessors? Do you have registered moderators? Do you have learning materials? Do you have access to training equipment? Do you have a training site where you'd be able to implement? The importance of that session is to ensure that when we get to the end of the program, the SETA is not saying, unfortunately, we can't exit these learners because you haven't followed due process. So we now want to begin with the end in mind. Interval verification is actually what we focus on for funded programs, where we look at 50% implementation. If you've implemented at 50%, you would then say to the SETA, I am 50% of the way or 70% of the way. Can you kindly come out and conduct interval verification? I want to understand whether we've been fully compliant to the policies, processes, and procedures, and whether you will uphold the exit verification finding. And then 100%, of course, at exit verification. So I'm not going to belabor this point. It's in the presentation, but it's also on the MICTSETA website under quality assurance. This just talks about how you should prepare for verification. These are the things that we're going to look at when we come out and conduct your exit verification. And what we found in our recent batch of verifications, providers are not adhering to then the basic requirements in terms of the rules of combination. So if you go into a qualification, it'll tell you there's a specialization. Our advertising qualification at NQF Level 5 basically indicates to you which unit standards you can train on together in order to successfully exit a learner off a training program. We find that providers do not adhere to this. They select different unit standards from different specializations. Regardless of the fact that you've trained the learner on 120 credits and they've been deemed competent, we cannot exit them, because they do not have that specialization. So this is really critical to look at and understand at the process when you're actually starting the verification process or the training program. Just the other things that we look at, we basically look at a 25% moderation sample. So we request that STPs look at a 25% moderation sample. Of course, you can ask for a concession from the SETA in respect of the larger numbers. I mean, we would not expect from 2,500 students that you would do a 25% sample, but you would keep the sample relative and randomly select across the modules. So we look at basically the POE sample size, the moderation plan, the alignment matrix, the attendance registers, because we want to ensure that the learners came in. We also then do a random phone call to any one of the learners and say, were you in fact in this training session? Do you know Natalie Nelson? Was she your facilitator over this period? Did you submit a portfolio of evidence? This is also what we've started instituting in terms of verification. This just tells you our governance process. Once again, we start with the online application, submission of assessment and moderation reports, and the toolkit, the vetting of the application and allocation, so your primary submission and then your allocation, and then we conduct the verification. If there are any gaps, we indicate what those gaps are. Those gaps can be closed. We indicate what those gaps are. And then we also ensure that we close off on the report. We also like to make the recommendation to providers to continue to do continuous assessment. Oftentimes we find when we exit at learnerships, we find that learners have only been assessed at the end of the process. Most times those learners are no longer on the program, so the gaps that we pick up, we're not able to, you as a provider are not able to close those gaps, and we therefore cannot exit the learners on the program. So continuous assessment is critical. It is a basic around outcomes-based learning. The time frame that we look at there, total of 40 days end to end, and this also factors in then any gaps that we pick up throughout the process. Certification is, of course, the natural next step from verification. So if the learners have been deemed competent, if they've completed the full qualification, met the outcomes of the qualification, we will issue them with a full certificate. However, if you have learners who've dropped out during the program and perhaps they've completed certain unit standards, submitted certain POEs, we also expect that you indicate which areas and elements the learners have been deemed competent on, so we are able to then issue them with a statement of result, which basically means that they're accumulating credits towards any qualification that unit standard sits in. And this is very important because I've picked up that a lot of times we receive the reports and it says, but this person left at 50%. But when we look at the assessment reports, we look at the moderation reports, they actually have credits that they've accumulated over this period. So please, when you completing this, just ensure that we have this as well. So this is just our governance process again. Once we've received the verification report, which is fully signed off by you as a skills development provider, by our advisors, by myself as well, and the regional managers in those instances, we then issue that to the certification unit. They then ensure that the details that you've put into the report are 100% correct. We also experience high volumes of, please reprint these certificates for me. I made an error on this person's ID number. So before we move ahead into the printing of the certificates, we will engage with you and say, please indicate if this information is correct. We then generate the certificates and the statements of results, and then we issue them to you as a provider. The estimated time frame there is 40 days. I must indicate that we've managed to reduce that to 17 days if the report is completely closed and we receive the documents timeously. All right, the last part of my presentation just talks about our DQP status. Much like my colleague Gugu, we are responsible for the realignment of qualifications. We also develop qualifications for our other subsectors, the subsectors that don't really have that much of a touch and feel in terms of ICT or the fourth industrial revolution. So we generate and develop new qualifications there. The MICTSETA had 43 qualifications. Historically registered qualifications. We are in the process of realigning that, and this is what we look at in terms of our stakeholder matrix. We look at the people that we definitely need to keep satisfied in the process, which we've identified to be QCTO, the industry, and professional bodies. We manage our relationships closely because we need the SETAs involved as well. Some of the unit standards and the qualifications that we have, most of the ICT qualifications, because ICT is a transversal skill, cuts across all sectors. So you would note that we keep the SETAs quite close to us in the process of then realignment. Higher education institutions, unions, STPs, ETD practitioners. We monitor throughout the period, and we keep the interest high, and we keep everybody informed in the process. Critical to note, as my colleague Gugu indicated, we can't realign qualifications without subject matter experts. Otherwise, there will be academic qualifications that are not reflective of what the sector needs. And that's why we need you, as our stakeholders, involved in the process, intimately involved in the process. To come and give us your skills and your knowledge and your expertise and your understanding of the sector. What should be in the qualification? Why should it be in the qualification? If a learner comes off this qualification, are we sure that at some stage they would be able to match, we'd be able to match them to industry, and or they'd have the necessary skills to start then a business? This is just the process end to end. So we start off with research. As my colleague Thabang indicated, we take research from SSP, not just our SSP, other SSPs as well. We also look at international compatibility. We also look at different types of research. We look at published and academic articles. Based on that, we follow through the process. We apply with QCTO. We identify our stakeholders, as indicated previously. Then we do invites, post that once we've received the go-ahead from QCTO. We then start with the various sessions, which include scoping, profiling. We develop the curriculum. We develop and design the assessments, which we do with QCTO. We can't do that in the absence of QCTO. And then we submit the qualification once it's gone through a full verification process with QCTO. It must be indicated that while we are responsible for this process, this is a QCTO process. So we have to follow each step of the process in order to ensure that eventually the qualification will be approved and then registered on the NQF. So what have we realigned to date? So we have done a total of 8 qualifications that we've realigned. If you have a look at the last column on your right, you would then see, well, on my right now, for anyone else it would be on your left, the occupational titles. It just says that these are the qualifications that we've already realigned. The telecommunications specialist qualification is already registered on the NQF. It is readily available, and the software engineer qualification is also available on the NQF, and we are in the process now of registering those as learnerships. The remainder we've submitted, and we still await feedback from QCTO and SAQA. This is where we desperately need you, and this is in respect of qualifications realignment and our current plan, what we are currently working on in this quarter. All of those are the qualifications. We've got 9 qualifications on the go, ranging from our media, communications, ICT, telecommunications, subsector, and we're looking then at those are the dates that we have in terms of the sessions that we run, where we send invites out to our subject matter experts, as well as everybody from the 6-pillar delivery. We ask you to come into the session, give us your skills, knowledge, expertise to actually build this qualification. So at the end of the process then, we're able to submit to QCTO. If you look at the timelines, we're saying that at the end of March, we should have submitted all of these qualifications. So if you would like to become a CEP, we have a form that's going live on Friday. You could then register to be a CEP. You would select the subsector that you would like to be involved with, and we would then include you on the invites as well. Just in terms of what we're looking at for the remainder of the new financial year, 2023-2024, we have firstly a total of 4 qualifications there, ranging from the media, communications, multimedia subsector, as well as telecommunications. We then also have additional qualifications, with the last qualification then being a qualification linked to the ICT subsector. That, in a nutshell, will make sure that we have fully completed and realigned all of the MICT-SETA qualifications, and that you would have qualifications which you've previously had, have access to those, but in their new shape and form with the relevant knowledge and competencies registered on the NQF and ready for the subsector. With that, that is the end of my very long presentation and graveyard shift. MC, CO, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Natalie Nelson, our Senior Manager for E2QA, for a very informing as well as well-detailed presentation. Colleagues, I'm quickly going to move us through to our next presentation, which is from our partner, the QCTO. They are standing by online to present. We are meant to have a engagement session after both of these presentations end. However, due to time limitations, we are about 15 minutes, behind our scheduled program. So I'm going to request that in the engagement session, we are going to have lunch. Our senior managers are here. Please do engage them. Should you have any particular concerns that have not been addressed, any questions, I'm sure there's quite a lot of questions that have come up, particularly from this last presentation from an E2QA perspective. Ms. Natalie Nelson presented quite a number of things, particularly from a realignment aspect of the qualifications. So with the Free State as well, as we've realized and alluded to, is got quite a broad representation from a provider perspective. So I think that would be quite relevant for you to engage with Ms. Natalie Nelson. Outside of today, because she is only one person, we do have a lot of information from an E2QA perspective that is available on our website. We also do have various platforms, whether it's certifications, accreditation, assessor, moderator, resources rather that have been put aside such that they can be responsive to some of your comments and your queries. Please do engage with our office. Please do engage with the E2QA team, and we would ensure that we respond to your needs. Thank you. If we can move to our next presentation. We shall connect in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, hoping that is less than 10 seconds.
Can I go? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity to come and present at this event. My name is Sifiso Mkhonza. I'm the Director for Qualifications Development at the QCTO. I have my colleague, Ms. Bongiwe Makopi, who will be covering the part on skills development provider accreditation requirements. I just want to talk about our theme, which is on this first slide, which says Game Changer OQSF. This is the theme that we are running with as the QCTO because of the new OQSF policy, which was published on the 29th of October 2021. We view this OQSF policy as a game changer, and that is why we have used this theme in terms of our outlook and the way that we are presenting ourselves to you. This is what I intend to cover in my presentation. Sorry, I just need to go one back. The outline has got the following aspects. Somebody is changing somewhere. Okay. Okay, it's just making it complicated slightly, but it's fine. I will be sharing with you what kind of policy environment, is the one that underpins all our qualifications, hard qualifications and skills programs. I will also be sharing something on transitional arrangements. I will also be talking to you about our occupational qualifications nomenclature, which is new. I will also touch on the OQSF policy 2021, and then I will end off my presentation by touching on readiness to deliver qualifications. There are policies that are key when it comes to qualifications development. Here I'm referring to a number of policies like our determination, which is the policy that really give effect to how the NQF is being managed. So that determination also has got a huge role to play in terms of our sub-framework as the QCTO, because the determination is the ministerial policy which indicates how sub-frameworks should operate. And as the QCTO, our sub-framework is also guided by that determination by the minister. There is a SAQA policy and criteria for the registration of qualifications, part qualifications and skills programs. There are level descriptors, which is also a policy that SAQA provides. There is RPL policy, credit accumulation and transfer policy. There is also our OQSF policy 2021. There is also our policy which we call Policy on Development and Review of Occupational Qualifications, Part Qualifications and Skills Programs. So that forms the policy environment in terms of the work that we do. To move along, on transitional arrangements, we have this which has already been mentioned by my previous colleagues from MICT. It was quite interesting to see us being in sync with each other when it comes to this particular important matter on transitional arrangements. I must also state here that the issue on transitional arrangements emanates from the ministerial determination, which was gazetted on the 24th of December 2020. This is where we are taking our cue from what the minister gazetted as transitional arrangements. In short, it says all pre-2009 qualifications and unit standards have got a registration end date as indicated on this slide, which is 30 June 2023. The last date of enrollment is 30 June 2024, and the last date of achievement is 30 June 2027. This is in terms of the transitional arrangements that were gazetted by the minister to help us transition our NQF into the new requirements in terms of the ministerial determination. The following slide just shares with you what currently sits on the sub-framework in terms of qualifications that are registered. I just want to draw your attention to the years that are written at the bottom of this particular slide, you've got 2023, 24, 25, 26, up to 27. This indicates the registration end date of these newly registered qualifications. So what this slide is saying is that we've got 364 qualifications which are newly developed through the QCTO process that have got a registration end date in 2023. And then it goes like that all the way to 2027. So the total, at the time when this particular figure was calculated, we were standing at 690 registered qualifications. If I then zoom straight to those that are MICT specific, we have got 15 such qualifications. There is one that is having a registration end date 2023. There is another one, it's one qualification. It has got a registration end date 2026. The bulk of MICT registered occupational certificates have got a registration end date 2027 as indicated here. So this is just to sensitize you, MICT, that there is this one qualification that you need to focus your attention on to make sure that you align it to the new requirements of OQSF policy 2021. Again, this is an indication on what is critical when you are reviewing qualifications and aligning them to OQSF policy 2021. Qualifications nomenclature is one area, as I've already indicated. In terms of the ministerial determination, there is new nomenclature that we need to apply and utilize for our sub-framework as the QCTO. Secondly, there is an issue on credit threshold, which we need to align to, which informs our qualifications and part qualifications. Module structure, as well as the content, is another area that we need to focus on when it comes to the review. Exit level outcomes, as well as associated assessment criteria, is another element that we need to focus on. International comparability, articulation, integrated assessment, QAS addendum. I'm sure those that work in the qualification space, they know what I'm talking about. Curriculum also needs to be updated in the review process and aligned to all the updates that we have provided guidance on in terms of our curriculum. And then stakeholder consultation, it's also another area that I have highlighted to say this is one area that we need to focus on as well when it comes to the reviewed qualifications. This is just at a very high level, the qualifications development process. It's a 4-step process. There is an application phase of the qualification development process. There is a development phase where the actual qualification is being developed. This is where the SETA runs with the development of the qualifications as indicated earlier, where there are meetings that are being convened and all of that. And then there is what we call qualification evaluation phase. This is the phase where a qualification is being evaluated by the QCTO. And then there is a registration phase, which is the process where SAQA considers a qualification that has been recommended for registration. So these are just phases at a high level. The slide that follows indicates the qualifications nomenclature that I mentioned, which is in the ministerial determination. So this is also an important slide in that it shares with us what this nomenclature requires of us to follow when we implement these qualifications. Somehow my slide is misbehaving, but you will get hold of this presentation for you to see all these details that I'm sharing with you. The slide that also, my presentation is somehow misbehaving for some reason. I don't know how is this. The key thing to mention in terms of OQSF policy 2021 is that it says all our qualifications are made up of 2 components, knowledge theory as well as application. The application component is the one that is made up of practical skills as well as work experience. This is how this particular game changer is coming along in terms of the new OQSF policy as indicated. So this is something that we would expect to see when qualifications are being reviewed, where we would expect to see all these components coming through which align to our OQSF policy 2021. Another key thing maybe to share with you on this one is that all our qualifications are expected to have 4 documents. It's the qualification document, is the curriculum document, is the assessment specification document, as well as the QAS addendum. So these are all 4 documents that we expect to receive when a qualification has been developed. This is just a slide, the current one that is on the screen, indicating the stakeholders that need to be consulted in the qualification development process. These are just the key stakeholders that we are highlighting here: employer, representatives, associations, as well as workplace practitioners, employee organizations or your labor representatives, assessment experts, curriculum experts, regulatory bodies, professional bodies, statutory bodies, as well as non-statutory bodies. These are key stakeholders that are critical to be involved in qualifications development all the way down. I must highlight that in terms of OPSF Policy 2021, we are highlighting in particular the involvement of our bodies that also are in the line of articulation with our qualifications. Here, we are emphasizing on the involvement of Council on Higher Education as well as higher education institutions, because as you know, articulation can only be enabled if these bodies are involved. And in the design of these qualifications, we incorporate elements that will enable articulation to be possible. So this is what I wish to highlight. This slide, what I want to highlight here is the 4 documents that we are saying are critical when it comes to qualifications development: is the curriculum, is the internal assessment specification document. Let me go on. Is the qualification assessment addendum document, which is also very, very important. And then the qualification document, which is the 4th document. So these are all 4 documents that I've mentioned earlier to say, when it comes to this new process, these are the documents that we expect to see from our partners. This is the last slide, which just indicates that when we are saying we are ready to implement our qualifications and skills programs, all these elements that are highlighted here need to be in place. There need to be a registered qualification. If you are implementing a registered qualification, we need to have an accredited skills development provider in place. That skills development provider needs also to have satisfied the requirements for workplaces when we are talking about a qualification that has got a work experience component in it. So that must be in place, very linked to the accreditation of a provider. We also need assessment centers. As you know, all our qualifications have got an external integrated summative assessment. So this particular assessment center is quite an important element as well in this whole value chain of activities that need to be satisfied when delivering a qualification. Once all of this is in place, then a learner can then be involved, because then it means a learner can be enrolled on a registered qualification by a registered, an accredited provider, and then there is a center that this learner will go to for that external integrated summative assessment, and then all is in order if that is the case. When it comes to skills program on the other end, we need a skills program that has been approved by the QCTO. Against such a skills program, we need an accredited skills development provider.
Oh my God, I'm about to go! Oh, shit, yeah!
provider through our quality assurance process, and then we'll be able to certificate such a learner as the QCTO. I will then like to invite my colleague Bongiwe. I'm going to share her presentation as well. She will then come through with her presentation on accreditation. I hope, Bongiwe, when the presentation is there, you will then be ready to go. Thank you.
Mr. Nkonza, I'm ready to go, but I can't find where must I do accreditation. Okay, maybe I'll go by slide. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Bongiwe Makopi. As Mr. Nkonza has indicated, I'm going to talk about accreditation process, although the ETQA manager, Natalie Nelson, has already mentioned other things. Mr. Nkonza, you put it in your presentation form. Okay, thank you. Without Mr. Nkonza and that is without the section of qualification development, we won't have accreditation. We won't have a work to do. So we depend on the qualifications that are developed and skills programs that are developed. So my presentation outline is consisting of number one, accreditation application for occupational qualification and skills program overview, accreditation application process for occupational qualification and skills program, accreditation approval appeals, application link. You can see that the ETQA manager, Natalie Nelson, has mentioned other things on that presentation outline. You know as QCTO that our main functions are divided into 5 domains, which are qualifications, where Mr. Nkonza was talking about, and then accreditation, and then assessment, certification, quality assurance, which is overall, the quality assure, the exams, the quality assure after we have accredited the provider. Accreditation application overview. In order to offer occupational qualification skills program, the SDP must be accredited. You cannot offer our qualifications without accreditation. And you must know the accreditation policy which is on the website, and specifically the curriculum document as mentioned by my colleague, Mr. Nkonza. Curriculum document is very important. Why are we stressing this? We're stressing this because we are getting calls of people saying that I want to be accredited. And then we said, for what? I said, I don't know. And then we tell those people to go back and look for the curriculum document because everything is there and other documents, and also knows the policy. The accuracy of information when applying for accreditation is very important. Remember, after you are accredited, you do the learner enrollment, and then the learner enrollment is the names of the learners, and then it will reach until assessment and until certification, as I've already mentioned, the 5 domains that are at QCTO, which are our functions. So if you put the learner, the name of the learner or the ID or something in a wrong way, the certificate will come with that wrong information. So we need to stress that we look at what is it. It's the same as when we are applying at the QCTO. We have got, as Mr. Nelson says, different links. If you put your application on another link, it won't be seen. Like, for instance, we have occupational qualification link, letter of intent, assessment center. If you put it on letter of intent and you're applying for occupational qualifications, we will not see it, and it will not be processed. You will have to reapply and put it in the basket that is correct. So that is on the home page of the website of the QCTO at the bottom under quick links, where you will find these links. The QCTO issues accreditation for a specific physical address, and hence applications must be submitted. We don't share the accreditation. You accredit this site, you don't, let's say 256 Klein Street, you don't share it with 554 Linwood Street. It's strictly for that particular address. All accreditation applications for occupational qualification and skills program must have physical address. We're specifying the physical address because also the QA is going to go to you for quality assuring after you reported learners. Also the assessment is going to go to your address where you are. So it is very important that we know the address for sheriff, or if you send you it's sheriff, we must have an address, even if it's the office, it can be office. I will tell you why as I'm going. If you can apply for your office, is because there's a change at QCTO that now the online application is accepted, but there must be an office. The SCP must apply for change of address where necessary. We see people, quality assurance going to people who have said that they have got learners, they're doing the site visit for curriculum implementation, and we find that there is no one in that address. They have changed their address without telling. This is written in the letter of accreditation and also in the policy. You don't change an address without telling the QCTO, because we will not find where you are. If the SCP has met all the requirements stated above, application process will proceed to the next step, which is the step one, which is we were assisted here by the COVID, although we're working towards. We don't accept manual applications. We're taking online application. So once the online application is submitted, online application has been submitted, an automated acknowledgement receipt response is coming to you saying, if you finish, thank you. You are still writing your name and the second contact person of the college, and then the qualification you are applying for, and the SACO ID, etc., etc. So it acknowledges. Then the link to upload the compliance document is indicated in step 2. You are going to be, it's going to be sent to you to do those annexures that were mentioned by Miss Natalie Nelson. Am I here? I'm lost here. Go back again, Mr. Mkonza? Yeah, okay. So if the SDP, you will be sent an email, and then if you have uploaded all the compliance document, the application process proceeds to step 2, you can go on. Where the step 2 is called a desktop evaluation. It has been mentioned, this thing, you know it because you were doing it, and it was mentioned, it's mentioned also by our QPs, that they do it this way. It depends on the documents that are needed, but almost all the documents are more or less the same. The desktop is done internal by QCTO, where we will look for your CIPC document. Are you a PTY? Are you a CC? The latest tax compliance status. And then also, if you are exempted, you must show us a letter of exemption. Curriculum, the type of facilitators or assessors, if applicable. Here you go to our curriculum documents. That is why at the beginning I indicated the importance of the curriculum document. A facilitator cannot just facilitate and then you say that I'm a facilitator. Let's say you apply for the qualification of cyber security or software development, and then you take someone with training and development. You said he's going to assess this qualification. There is no way. So it's assisting there that it will tell you under human resource of the curriculum document, what is it that is needed to this facilitator to have so that he can facilitate this software development. And then if you are from overseas, you are not belonging here in the Republic of South Africa, are you having a right to stay here? You must prove to us, and you have studied outside. Are your qualifications are quite evaluated that they are the same as which qualification, matching the qualification. So are you permitted to be here? We are checking. And then the facilitators must be qualified for the qualification they intend to. Have already stressed that the curriculum document will assist you. You can go on some on the other slide. It's continuing, it's still desktop evaluation, proof of financial sustainability. We want a business plan here where you project that on training, I will have this amount of money, the projections. And then if you are an audited financial statement, I mean your audited company, we need a audited financial statement. You have been operating since and you are audited already. So a proof from people from finance is needed, an accounting officer, I can say. And then if you are starting for the first time, let's say you open a new account, a new CIPC account, you are going to give us the business plan where you project so that we can see where you're going, even if we won't know. Then when things go wrong, we go back and check your balance sheet according to the financial statements, that we check that how are you, so that we cannot find our learners wanting and then they don't have a place to study because you are insolvent. And then an MOU with institutions with resources of learning like CETs, they are allowed that they can ask in the TVET colleges whereby they will arrange, as long as we have the MOU, they will arrange that they will attend there. But there must be a memorandum of understanding that you are agreeing one another that you are using the building. The important one that has been mentioned, that we don't want our learners, we like our learners too much, we don't want them to be in a danger. So a valid OHS audit report issued by the authorized person, the person who is qualified to do this must come and do the OHS audit report. We don't want a certificate, we want the audit, we want to see what findings were there when the OHS, and also to train anyone to be an OHS committee, but it depends on the OHS Act, what number is there that is needed. So you can show us if it's less than 20, the first aider and the firefighter, but if it's bigger than, we need the OHS reps. And then proof of ownership, are you owning this place or are you leasing? We want a proof, and then the lease must be a contract and it must be signed between two parties. And then if you have a proof of ownership, I'm sure you will give us something that is from the bank that you are owning this place. Maybe you are paying a bond or something, but we need some proof that you are owning the place. And then the learning material metrics. Learning material metrics, you are doing it according to the curriculum document. The aim of this, we want you to go to the curriculum document of the QCTO so that you can see the topics, the titles and the topic elements that are there, and you involve all of them. What we're observing now, we are seeing that people come with materials that are not complete, because when we are doing the site visit, we sample the material, but we check if the material is all included before we sample. So we are cautioning people that they must check their material when they are buying, if they are given all the necessary components, which is knowledge and application in terms of skills program, or knowledge and practical in terms of occupational qualifications. You can go on this point. And then the step 3, we program delivery readiness. This is a site visit we talked about the previous colleague. What we do is just to always send you all the documents prior to the site visit. Why we do that? We want you to test yourself so that we can come and confirm what you have said. What we get is a challenge there is that people just tick, and then we said we have 2 columns. We ask a question, 2 columns, yes or no, and then you must answer and give a narrative. It's compulsory, but they just tick and do a checklist. So the number 1 site visit confirmation, we're doing this because I already indicated to you that they changed the address that they have applied, they used when they were applying before, and then now we want to avoid QPs and ask wasteful expenditure. But prior, we ask them, the site visit, you must confirm that the knowledge will take place in this address, the practical in this address, and then the workplace in that particular address that I will have an agreement with that employer. And then number two, the implementation plan, you feel it, these things go together. It's questions that are asking you. It also makes you to go all the time to the curriculum document, learning material metrics. I've already talked about it. And then the program delivery readiness. The learning material metrics is very important because we see the challenge that we are seeing is that people don't know the page. They've bought the material and just pack it. Our question that we usually ask as QCTO that you purchase it or did you develop it yourself? I know I've purchased it. What did you do about it? I just put it there. We said that no, you take a curriculum document to check if all the things are done. So also compare with the learning material metrics that will give you pages which indicate which page is it that we're looking for that particular topic element. So the program delivery readiness tool, which is a site visit, this is the thing that is the report now that is divided into 7 criterions where we ask everything. I'm going to tell you down there what are we asking on this form, which is phase 2, a site visit. The site visit, it can be virtual or physical, but for trades, it's not applicable to be virtual. It's a rare. And I think the circumstances when they are forcing, otherwise it's business in general that we do mostly virtually when needs be, and then we mostly encourage a physical visit. Next slide, Mr. Mkuza.
Can you try to kind of wrap, Ms. Makope? I'm sorry to be unfair to you, but in the interest of time, please.
Okay, I will wrap then. Should I wrap here or just summarize? Okay.
Yeah, let's see as we go.
Okay, I will summarize. I will be able to. You can go on. I didn't notice that I've exceeded the 15 minutes.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, virtual, you have a reliable data and enough data, and then if you cancel the visit, you have a right to cancel, but you must tell us prior. You can go on, Mr. Mkonza, that it must not be before 7 days, 7 days prior the cancellation. And then this is the site visit itself. Those are the documents that we need. You can see them, colleagues. Just scan on them, and then we'll also go to your site to check the compliance. Is the site visit, the program delivery readiness I was talking about, and then those things are being asked on that report, and then it comes back, and then it comes back to the internal accreditation committee. The internal accreditation committee, it sits bi-weekly, and then an outcome will be given to you. And then an accreditation can be withdrawn anytime by the QCO if you fail to perform the responsibility. So there are those that maybe they didn't go well. They have a right to appeal and send it to accreditation at qcto.org.za, and then use the same email for inquiries related to accreditation of occupational or skills program. I think it's the end. The different links that you get is just an example that you will get them on the website. And then the example there, it says skills program in red, but number 1, it will give you all the links where you will also apply for letters of intent. And that's about it, Mr. Mkonza, I think so.
Thank you very much, MICT colleagues, and now apologies for the glitches that happened earlier. Can I hand over to you? Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Makope.
Thank you, Mr. Mkonza and colleagues.
Back to you on that side, MICT colleagues. Thank you.
Thanks very much, colleagues from QCTO. I'm sure the session was value-adding, dear stakeholders. We don't want to take beyond the time that we've taken of you. You'll engage with colleagues for instances where there are certain areas where you would want to ask questions during lunchtime. And beyond that, there are a number of telecoms line on our website wherein you can further engage beyond emails. There are also direct contacts to all senior managers attached to MICTSETA. Just in closing, Robert Greene, in his famous quote, said, "The future belongs to those who learn more skills and combine them in creative ways." Let us together massify cutting-edge future skills in order to appropriately respond to the rapid pace at which companies innovate. Thanks very much, stakeholders.